Owen. All right. Yeah, we're gonna react to this CoffeeZilla video on the Epstein files 2.0, the new um, tranche of files. I don't really like that word. There's something about like that word becoming kind of popular lately that kind of bothers me. Upsets my hipster sensibilities. Um, and then if I have time, I kind of want to see how right-wing media is talking about these. So I noticed that there was like I forget what his name is. They kind of all look the same after a while. The Michael Knowles video on this. I'm just curious how they're spinning it and maybe having a chance to talk about um, like what are they doing misinformation wise and maybe kind of counteract some of the points that they're making. Without further ado, let's dive in. Let's see what CoffeeZilla's got this time. By the way, has he lost weight? He looks like he's lost weight. You know, I mean that as a compliment, obviously, but you know, he's looking svelty, I guess. Good for him. I'm sure our man's is eating good. His channel's been doing really good lately, and I feel like his content has only been getting better. You know, as far as like it's polished. You know, it seems like he prepares it well, has good visuals and all that good stuff. I mean, he's got really good visuals right now. Am I right? Look at him. Anyways. I'm just joking, but I mean, all the more power to you for potentially losing weight, I think. So, anyways, let's get it going.
The FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent.
Yeah, that's something that I'm not gonna say that it flies under the radar, but like it's absolutely unacceptable, and no one should let them off on this. I mean, this needs to be brought up every single time the Epstein files are brought up to anybody in the Trump administration or right-wing media. They need to answer for this. They really do. Like they get away with not having to answer questions like that. Just hold them down and ask them that question. Don't let them get off on it. You know, why is it that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, head of the FBI, and what was Dan Bongino's role? He was like the under-desk secretary of the FBI, wherever the fuck he was. How the fuck are they going to come out and say that there's no list, there's nothing to see here, you know, there's no charges to be filed, and then we get all this, and what, we're all pretending like that didn't fucking happen? No. Right? Ben Shapiro gets to walk around and pretend like that didn't happen? No, fuck him. Michael Knowles, Steven Crowder, Pam Bondi, the other lady who looks exactly the same as her, what's her name? The Katie, whatever the fuck her name is. They all get to like walk around and talk about this shit like that didn't happen? No, fuck these people. Make them answer for that. There's no reason. This isn't a kid's baseball game. This isn't Dungeons and Dragons. This isn't fucking Star Wars, The Old Republic, right? This isn't a goddamn game. This is real life. Why the fuck do they get to walk around, go on shows, and not answer that goddamn question? I answer for that. That's absolutely unacceptable. What the fuck? Anyways, I'm sorry. I get a little bit outraged there, but no, I mean, it's serious. You should have that level of outrage. Where the fuck do these people get off going out there, talking about this, putting their propaganda out there? I mean, how many more ways can I say it? I can't really, but just give me a minute to express my frustration and annoyance here and how the media should reach. How the fuck are you going to talk about anything related to this? Anything. And your people were out there telling the public that there's nothing to see here. We're done with the investigation. We're not even going to release any more information. No. No. You need to, as the media or media personalities or whatever, ask them that question. Don't let them wiggle out on it. Don't let them change the subject. Force them to answer that question. You're going to answer that question. Where the fuck does your administration get off? Why should anyone trust anything that you guys have to say about this? Why aren't there, you know, I don't know. There should be consequences or punishments for the fact that your people got up in front of the American people and told them that nothing to see here. We're wrapping it up. We're not going to release any information. We're not going to forget about that. We're not going to let you get a pass on this. You're not a baby. You're not a child. This isn't middle school. This isn't, oh, you made a boo-boo and we're, you're 5 years old and we're going to look the other way and, we're going to give you a second chance. No, you're a grown-ass fucking adult. You want leadership of this country. You need to answer that question. Why did your people tell the American public that there was nothing to see here and they were going to hide it? And why do you think you get to come up on stage, coming up on our media, and talk about this and spin your narrative without answering that question? You need to answer that question. If you can't answer that question, then you should shut the fuck up and sit down and get off of this program. You don't have anything to tell us. And when anyone asks and anybody complains about, oh, it's not fair, you guys don't have her on, just remind them, I brought them on. I asked them this very simple, very important question, and they couldn't answer a simple question. If you want them to talk, bring them back on here and I'll ask them that question again. But I'm not going to play around. I'm not going to play this game. I'm not going to let them dodge and deflect and change the subject. No, they need to answer that question. That's a normal adult question. In any other aspect of life, in any other job, you would have to answer for that. It's not even gross negligence. It's obvious that there's a malicious intent there. But anyways, let's continue on with this. Sorry, that was a long ass rant. But honestly, like, the media needs to be bringing that kind of fire to these fucking pieces of shit. This isn't a fucking game. This isn't middle school. This isn't Pee Wee Hut fucking T-ball junior. Okay, this isn't a goddamn game.
Individuals, guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to.
Amazing commentary, am I right, guys?
Probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post-2008. That's a
sexual
big
relationship.
You're going to hear a lot today.
I mean,
2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
I mean, I hate to say this might sound crazy. As much as the conspiracy theorists have been out to get Bill Gates for the longest time, and you'll notice that a lot of the right-wingers will just try to... A lot of it is cherry picking. Kind of goes without saying at this point. A lot of their political strategy in the media is simply just to cherry pick, right? Oh, let's talk about Bill Gates. Let's talk about Let's just talk about the Bills. Let's not talk about the Elons. Let's not talk about the Trumps or the Homans or was it Homan? What was the other guy with the H name, I think, in his administration? Let's not talk about these others. Let's just talk about the Bills, right? The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation actually did a lot of good work around the globe, like genuinely, okay? I'm just saying it's true. Right-wingers have spun a narrative over the years that's been not pushed back on, which is that that foundation and the philanthropic work that they've done has all been like some big fucking conspiracy or anything. The conspiracy was not the philanthropic work. That was not the conspiracy. The conspiracy is not globalism. The conspiracy is not liberalism. It's not LGBT rights. The conspiracy is very fucking simple. The conspiracy is some of these elite members of society, and a lot of them having to be in the Trump circle of people. Okay, let's just keep it $150. Trafficking minors, paying people off, getting away with literal actual crimes. That's the real conspiracy. We don't need to invent all this elaborate bullshit. The conspiracy is actually right in front of our faces, and it's super fucking simple. So no matter what good work their foundation did around the globe, if Bill Gates genuinely did something in this situation with the whole Epstein thing, and it seems like there's something there, needs to be investigated. And if there's crimes there, needs to be charged. I'm sorry. I don't care that you fed and you watered children in Africa. I don't care. Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. I don't care if you're president of the United States. I don't give a fucking shit. If you're in there, both of you motherfuckers, by the way, if you're in there and you're a part of it and you did something, one-way ticket to CCOT for the rest of your miserable fucking life. Both of you. I don't give a single fucking shit. I don't care if you're president. I don't believe in absolute immunity. I don't care what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court gave the president broad immunity and broad authority under the guise of national security. When the next administration comes in, I don't give a fuck about your pardons. I don't give a shit about your riches. I don't care about your lawyers. I don't care about court cases. I don't care about any of those things because, frankly speaking, you didn't care about any of those things. And the Supreme Court said that you didn't have to. So if any of you were in those files and you were participating in bad stuff, or even if you weren't participating, if you had a role in trying to hide all of this, and you know exactly who I'm talking about, one-way ticket to CCOT, oh, I'm sorry, we can't turn the plane around. It's outside of our hands now. National security. You can't say we did anything illegal because it's presidential immunity. The Supreme Court gave us that ability. So every single person in on this, including people with that presidential title attached to their name, you can go send your fucking ass to CCOT for the rest of your miserable fucking life. I'm 100% serious. The next Democrat running for office, that's the agenda. I'm not joking. Okay? It's not, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has made it so that it's not actually outside of the purview of what they could do now. I'm not joking, by the way. I'm being literal. I'm being serious. And that is legitimately true. They can do this. They gave them the power to. It's just so inconceivable that a liberal would actually do that. We're just so not used to it. We're used to the Republicans saying crazy shit like this, even when they don't have the authority. But the Republicans advocated for this kind of authority. The next Democrat that comes in, they need to send every single one of these pieces of shit to CCOT. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, everybody that was involved. Everybody that was involved in the sex trafficking, everybody that knew, who facilitated it, who helped it, speed it along, everybody who tried to illegally redact the files or keep the files from going to the public, every single one of them. Every single one of them. National security, absolute immunity. That's all you got to say. It might sound crazy to you guys. Okay, new game strat, new meta, version update 11.0, okay? That's the new strat. Presidential immunity. All right? National security. Okay, we did it for national security. What are you going to say? And when they complain about it, when the media complains about it, when the Republicans complain about it, just pull up the clip. Pull up the clips of the Republicans saying the exact same thing, making the same exact arguments, using the same pretext for the things that they did. Oh, you want to complain about it? Look at this clip here. Look at what you guys were talking about before. Would you look at that? Why don't you shut the fuck up and sit down? Okay, I don't want to hear it from you. I don't even want to see Democrats doing this whole thing. Well, you know, but actually, no. Just very simple, very monotonous. No. Here's a clip of you guys saying the same thing. Here's the Supreme Court case. Here's what your lawyers had argued. I don't care about your complaints. I don't care. I'm not going to grovel to you. I'm not going to try to trip over myself justifying it. I'm just going to, here's exactly what you use as a rationale, and that's all we need. And if you want to complain about it, you can go sit in a corner and complain about it. I don't care. It's going to happen whether you like it or not. Okay?
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem.
There's a lot of people, too, that have been wondering for a long time, like, where did Epstein actually make his money? Now, I know I think he was involved in finance, but finance doesn't explain your typical finance jobs. I don't think explain having the wealth that he had. To have an island, right? An actual, own an entire island, not just a mansion, owning a fucking island, right? And something that I wonder here, I was wondering this the other day, but I never had a chance to look it up. What was this island called? Epstein's Island. It was something St. James, right? Little St. James. Was this in international waters? It's in the United States Virgin Islands. Oh, I didn't even consider that. How fucking creepy is that, right? The U.S. Virgin Islands? It almost seems intentional. So this wasn't in international waters, but even if it wasn't in, and I guess that makes sense because this place was raided, right, by the United States. And if it was in international waters when it was raided, that probably would have been something that I would have heard about. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much that it wasn't in international waters because what the fuck is this? I guess work that they were working on. It's so far away from anything, and it's a private island that it's not like anyone's gonna really snoop around unless they had a reason to. So it gives them enough space from the rest of society, from regular law enforcement. It's a lot of work to actually send people out there to investigate things, right? So it was secluded enough to get away with the kind of stuff they got away with. And so I wonder, I feel like his public alibi about where he was making his money from doesn't really add up, right? So it makes me wonder if where he was really making his money, and not that this is like an amazing, you know, I discovered it and I'm so smart, I have a billion IQ from coming up with this idea. I'm sure other people have talked about it. If where he made the real money was in facilitating the sex trafficking for the wealthy elite, for leaders of other countries, for millionaires and billionaires, for you know, yeah, just the elite, right? The quote unquote deep state, I guess. I find the deep state phrase so ironic and comical now. I hated the term for such a long time, but I like using it now because I like rubbing the noses of the people who repeated that mindlessly for years, because it turns out the deep state was all of the people that they supported. The deep state wasn't the people that they voted for. They voted for people to root out the deep state, to investigate the deep state, to prosecute the deep state. No, they voted for the deep state. Okay? And you need to remind them of that. No, you guys, because a lot of these people are trying to come out now like, oh, see, the conspiracy theorists were right about everything. No, you were wrong about literally everything. I'm still waiting for 2 million people to die from the COVID vaccines. I know, I guess everybody else forgot about those claims that they made. It never happened. You guys weren't right about that. I'm here to remind you, okay, you weren't right about everything. You're literally fucking wrong about everything. The vaccines didn't mass murder a shitload of people. That never happened. You guys never had any evidence of mass voter fraud. You had multiple recounts and audits, and you never showed that there was mass voter fraud. You were wrong about that too. And most importantly, egg on your fucking face for the rest of your goddamn life, rubbing your goddamn nose in it. You weren't right about the deep state. You were 180 degrees wrong about the deep state. You didn't oppose the deep state. You didn't fight against the deep state. You didn't manage to identify who the deep state was. You were a useful fucking idiot for the deep state. You voted for the deep state. You supported the deep state. You helped the deep state. Remind them of that, by the way. Don't let them get away with that. You guys are so fucking gullible and stupid, and you were so wrong that you actually put the deep state in power. Don't let them forget that. Do not let them forget that. They don't deserve to forget that, okay? Fuck them.
For him. And Epstein appears to
I'm
have
pissed
known
off,
that,
by the way.
because
I really
in
am genuinely
2013
pissed off. And this goes way beyond the Epstein files. It's just the Epstein files have proven such a massive tool in exposing how corrupted this entire movement is. The entire movement is corrupted. You have half of our country, it's really more like a third of our country, okay, completely corrupted. All right? Like, their worldview is corrupted. What they supported with their life, their legacy has been corrupted. They are so fundamentally corrupted as human beings now at this point. You are a fallen person. 100%. Don't let them forget it.
appears to be
Don't let
distancing
him forget it.
himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form...
Now, just a little bit of a minor caveat here, and I don't know if I should really even be extending this charity. It's possible, keep in mind, because I think the information that we've seen so far with respect to Bill Gates, it seems like Jeffrey Epstein was connecting him with, at least the Epstein files seem to indicate, with like basically prostitutes of Russian origin. What they would do, they'd go to impoverished countries to pick up these young girls who are in desperate situations. That's usually how this works, right? Nothing so shocking or surprising there. It's possible that Bill Gates was involved in, I don't know if you want to call it sex trafficking in this case, with prostitution and everything, without it being a minor. But I don't know that. And I don't know that the Epstein files specifically lay that out. So I just want to say it's possible, even if Bill Gates was involved, it's possible that he did not know about the child aspect. And that may be why he decided to kind of start distancing himself. But that doesn't mean that Bill was not involved in other forms of, prostitution involving adults. There is a photo of Bill Clinton. I'm sorry, not Bill Clinton, Bill Gates. With, it looks like a young lady, right? Here's one of the photos here. Now, we have no idea how old this person is. We really don't know. For all we know, she could be underage. But it just, at a glance, it doesn't really look like it too much. It looks like she's probably of age. Probably. We don't really don't know that. And then there was another one recently, I think, that, here's another one. And I don't know if this is the same person. It may be, it may not be. I don't know. The other thing to consider, too, is, to be completely honest with you, I don't know what the context of these photos are. It's possible that she's not even like a prostitute. It could just be that she was someone that he was having an affair with. I don't know the full details of this. I'm just saying, I just want to caveat these things, right? And this is an important way to process this kind of information when you're going through it as a critical thinker. Being able to compartmentalize things, meaning you can interrogate and question Bill Gates' connection with Jeffrey Epstein without having it be a part of sex trafficking. You can question his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein without it being a part of child sex trafficking. These things are not necessarily the same thing. Compartmentalizing it, meaning there's a distinction between these things, right? But what we have in front of us are questionable pictures, because we see Bill Gates with someone, a lady who is not his wife. They look awfully close, kind of intimate in their body language here. I mean, she looks a little guarded, to be honest with you, in this picture here, but you get the point. He is in very close proximity here. And this seems to be related to the Epstein files. So there's a lot of assumptions that we can make, but remember, these are assumptions, okay? It's possible that this is an affair. It's possible that this is one of the girls that were being sex trafficked. It could be that she was a willing escort, right? There's escorts, there's prostitutes, not really the same thing necessarily. It could be that she was a child. It could be that she was of age. We don't know these things. And we got to compartmentalize, like, to be really technical, critical thinkers, we have to compartmentalize what we do know versus what we don't know. Anyways. And by the way, none of this is to let this guy off the hook. It's not, right? I just want to kind of clarify some things there. Okay, so let's keep going.
Like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you...
With tears in your eyes. Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Isn't this one of the phrases that Donald Trump uses? Not to make too much of this, keep in mind, I mean, we all know that they were good friends. This might just be kind of the kind of lingo that they often use. Sir, with tears in their eyes. Yeah, he says this a lot in the stories that he tells about people coming up to him. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting that you have that same phraseology. It could just be the way that these kind of like these guys in these New York circles talked at that
Antibiotics
time period.
that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy.
Which, by the way, that too, as far as I understand, I think that would actually also be a crime to slip somebody controlled substances. Slipping someone controlled substances, crime. Yeah, slipping someone a controlled substance without their knowledge or consent is a serious crime. When I say controlled substance, I'm talking about drugs that require like a prescription or considered like regulated or like these aren't things that you get over the counter basically. Again, this is like a critical thinking thing to recognize when you hear something like this, like, hey, the law probably, I don't even have to know that there's actually a law. I could just intuit just from logic that a legal system, a legal structure, years and years of court precedent and everything, that there would be laws established at some point in time which would make it illegal for someone to dose you controlled substances without your knowledge. I mean, it just seems obvious, right? But it's good to kind of engage that critical thinking when you're listening to these sorts of things. Anyways.
It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that, but we also know...
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that he could, because one possibility is that the threat just might be that you're going to tell other people this information. You might have enough sway with media figures or other powerful people that they might take it seriously. But to CoffeeZilla's point here, also, it's also possible that that blackmail threat carries teeth because there might be truth to it. It could be either or, I guess. But considering that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a super big public name at this time period, it leads me to believe that the more likely explanation is that there probably was some truth to these allegations, and that's where the blackmail, that's what gives it teeth. That's what gives it a
Bill
bite.
Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look.
Yeah, see, that makes me wonder. That's what I was saying earlier. Affairs with married women. Now, Bill Gates, you might look at him. He looks like your quintessential nerd, like a little Poindexter guy, 4 eyes, right? Not to be rude, I'm just saying these are like the stereotypes. But he is one of the most influential figures in modern history. He's obviously super wealthy. He must be obviously a billionaire. I don't know how many billions he's worth. Not Epstein, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for... holy shit, 104.2 billion. Bill Gates net worth in, let's say, 2022. When did they split, him and his wife? Or his ex-wife? 2020? 2019. 106. 2010. Okay. So yeah, I mean, so he's going to be somebody who is going to be a desirable person, even if you look at him and think like he looks like a Uber turbo nerd, right? He is influential. He's got a lot of status. He's got a lot of connections. He's got a lot of money. So obviously, there's going to be a lot of women who are going to be interested in him for that reason. It's possible that he was simply having affairs, but considering that he was connected with Epstein, we do have to consider the possibility, of course, that there's something a little bit more nefarious to this. That it might be beyond a simple affair. It might be, involved with Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking.
Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this
fairly incriminating.
Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible, but again, Bill and Melinda Foundation has been heavily involved in charity and philanthropy work for a very long time. Do they really need Jeffrey Epstein's advice on charities? I don't know. And that's not to say that he just because you don't need someone's advice doesn't mean that you might not think, well, they might know a thing or two. Let me ask them. But I am just saying, right, as an alibi, there is a point to that alibi that we can kind of question. Like, okay, did you really need advice from Epstein on that sort of thing? It's questionable,
I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he...
Isn't that such a beautiful thing? Not only Kash Patel, not only Dan Bongino, but also someone like Elon Musk, who took over X to push so many conspiracies, who, I mean, I don't know if I have any direct quotes from him talking about the Epstein files, but I'm willing to bet that if we go back and we look at what he was talking about, anytime those things were brought up, he was probably one of the people fanning the flames of like, oh yeah, there's a secret cabal and, we need to get these people and we need to protect the children and everything like that. And it turns out all of these motherfuckers were either protecting these people, running interference for them, or were themselves connected to them. It's frustrating. I don't know what to say. It's super frustrating.
Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk.
Now, keep in mind, at least as far as what I've heard so far, is that I don't think, again, compartmentalization, I don't think we have any information confirming from the Epstein files that he actually did go to the island. However, we do seem to have emails from the Epstein files where Elon Musk expresses, like a giddy little fucking loser, how desperate he is to be in with Jeffrey Epstein's crowd, ingratiate himself to him, and get invited to his island to party with the girls, whoever the fucking girls are, right? We can make assumptions there. And given everything else I think we've seen from Elon at this point, I think Elon has negative credibility as someone who is a moral operator, someone who is willing to do the right thing, someone who puts himself above, who would be above doing things that are illegal, illegitimate, immoral, damaging to other people's lives. So I don't put it past him, but just, again, keep in mind, if you're going to go out there, you're going to talk about this, if you're going to go out there and make arguments and everything, keep in mind that we do not have, I don't think, confirmation that he actually ever did go to the island. But you don't need to make that case. It's enough for you to point out that Elon, after the first time Epstein was convicted, after people knew who he was, Elon was trying to go to his island to party. And that this entire time, Elon has been trying to pretend like he's actually one of the good people fighting back against this evil cabal of people. This entire time, he was one of the people kissing up to and trying to get involved. And we don't know. We don't know if he ever did actually get involved in any of the sex trafficking go on there. Could go one way or the other. I don't really know.
Who was caught
I'm just
emailing
asking
Jeffrey
questions.
Epstein to go to his...
It's really nice, right? When now the shoe's on the other foot. And again, we should just rub their noses in it. For the next 10 years, we should just be asking a lot of questions. We should just be asking a lot of very pointed questions. We're not making statements as questions. Okay? We would never do that. But we're just going to be asking a lot of questions.
Island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein.
It's worth saying too, right? I've seen these memes online where it's like, Elon genuinely is, for such a wealthy, rich person with so many connections and everything, he genuinely is, he has such incredibly small dick energy. Micro penis energy. The dude is the biggest fucking desperate loser in the history of mankind. It is so fucking embarrassing for him. That even this ring of child sex trafficking rapists, it almost seems like, and even someone like Donald Trump, but Donald Trump had an administration, like, they keep him around because he's rich and he's influential and whatnot, and he has access to things like X, right? To spread their messaging and everything. But you can kind of tell that they all just think that he's a massive fucking loser. He's just that guy that you keep in the friend group because he has connections. But I mean, I don't do this. Genuinely, I'm not joking around or anything. I don't act this way. But like, it is a stereotype in some friend circles where there is someone they keep around. They don't really respect them. It might be a rich kid or something, but they keep them around because they have connections or they have money or they can get them into places. But otherwise, they talk shit behind their back and they think that the other person's a massive fucking loser. That's Elon Musk. Elon, I cannot stress enough how much of a fucking loser Elon Musk is. Elon Musk will die a fucking loser. All the money in the world, all the riches that he could ever ask for, all of these surrogate women who think that they're going to get intelligent children based on his genetics, all of the media influence that he has under his control, all the people he's connected with in the right-wing sphere now, none of those things will ever make him not be a massive fucking loser.
Probably just Tallulah and me, his ex-wife, what day, night...
You can kind of start to see why his dad, even after he had so much wealth and success and everything, why his dad still treats him like a massive fucking loser. I almost feel bad. Almost. I almost feel bad because he probably has this kind of fucked up mentality because of his dad and everything. To a certain degree, most evil people, most shitty people are products of their environment, so you almost kind of feel bad for him in a sense, but at the same time, you do still have to kind of draw the line somewhere where it's like, you know, you're a grown-ass fucking person. You got to take some responsibility for yourself. He's a massive fucking little holy
would
shit.
be the wildest party on your island. The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island.
Elon Musk is the kind of dumb fuck who, when Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon and Donald Trump are hanging out and they're using little innuendos, Elon Musk would be the one who would just like come up and be like, yeah, guys, totally. So like, how about those underage girls, right? And then the rest of them are looking at him like who brought this fucking dumb fuck? Who brought, he's ruining the vibe. He's putting us all on blast. He's obnoxious. He's blowing our cover. Elon Musk would definitely be the kind of guy that would come in and just kind of like kill the vibe for everybody else.
And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember,
Just to drive, if I haven't made it clear enough how much of a fucking loser he is.
It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any...
But it does make you wonder sometimes, like, I don't think he genuinely has autism, even though he claims that he has. But there definitely is an element of him not realizing just how pathetic and desperate he comes off to everybody else. And how he doesn't get when to shut up. He doesn't know how to read the room.
Parties planned. I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party.
Dear Mr. Epstein, can I schedule one of those child sex trafficking U.S. Code, 1735 arrangements with you, please, sir? And can you also send me your address and your name and your social security number and some photographic evidence of you with the child sex trafficking victims that we're going to party with? Like, that level of stupidity, right? Like, bro, shut the fuck up. What are you doing? Not me, right? I'm just saying, like, if I were in this circle, I don't want to be, obviously, but like if I was in this circle of these kind of people, Elon Musk would be the kind of person who's like, bro, like, you're not supposed to fucking say that out loud. You're supposed to be a little bit more covert about it. You're blowing the whole fucking vibe here. What are you doing?
Be seen in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, it's just
went to go talk to scientists.
He just
Elon's
doesn't
like,
get.
I don't want to do that.
Doesn't
I'm
get how to read the
looking for a
room.
party,
Doesn't get
right?
how
That's
to
what I'm
not
here
be
to do.
obnoxious.
And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable.
That's code for, bro, you're coming on way too strong. You obviously can't keep your mouth fucking shut, and I don't actually want to invite you, but I'm gonna try to make an excuse. You see people do this when someone tries to invite themselves somewhere. Oh man, yeah, I totally would, but we already have too many people and they won't all fit in the car. Or, hey, do you want to go do this thing? Oh man, it sounds cool and everything, but this weekend just doesn't seem like a good weekend. Oh, what about next weekend? Can you do it next weekend? Actually, I think I have a meeting that weekend too. Oh man, I think my dog ate my homework and I gotta go chase my dog down. That is not only because of how short the response is compared to how overly excited and long Elon's message is, but also the ratio on my island might make Talela uncomfortable. He's trying to tell Elon, basically, your girlfriend might be uncomfortable. Like, think about how kind of like think about the psychology there, like the social dynamics there. He's telling you that your girlfriend would be uncomfortable. You would think in normal circumstances, the person that's trying to get invited, and he's trying to get himself invited and his girlfriend invited, like, he and his girlfriend should be able to decide for themselves whether they'd be uncomfortable or not, right? That's not really something that Epstein needs to decide for them or tell them. But Epstein is saying, oh, I think I don't think you guys really want to come. You don't really want to come, right? Because he's trying to say no to this guy who doesn't get the social cues without alienating him too much. And he's probably trying not to alienate him too much because Elon Musk is rich and powerful. And you can see that Epstein definitely wants to connect himself with rich and powerful people to leverage money from them, leverage influence from them. So he probably wants to maintain a polite enough relationship with him, and also kind of keep him like dangle access in front of Elon. Never actually genuinely invite him, but always kind of be like, oh, maybe next time, man, maybe next time. Just kind of keep him on the hook a little bit so that you still, he still thinks that you're cool with him. But like, you don't actually want him to come out to the island because he's a liability. He talks too much. You don't actually want to invite him out because he's going to kill the vibe for everybody else. So you have to make an excuse.
I can't believe these guys are lying to us, and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 20...
Think about that timeline. 2013, 2012, 2013, 2014. 2014-ish is where you get the start of Gamergate. This is where the kind of the rise of that reactionary politics, this MAGA movement, its true kind of origins in utero, in the uterus and in development. So Elon and a lot of these figures making that political switch, over the next course of the years, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2018, it starts to kind of slowly shift in that direction. This entire time, while they're pointing the finger out to everybody else, that's the deep state, you're the deep state, you're corrupt, you're biased, you're part of the global cabal, you guys are part of sex trafficking. All this entire time, the entire time they're out there pointing the fingers at everybody else, it's them. The entire time.
13. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. They then plan...
Okay, now this is interesting because... Well, we'll have to see what the next message says, but I read that invitation as, yeah, sure, come by. It's possible that closer to the date he might cancel. That might be more in line with like, okay, we're trying to dangle him, but we're not actually intending to invite him or anything. But it does seem, at least on its surface, just from that message, that Epstein does actually seem genuinely interested in inviting him over. So I wonder if the relationship has kind of not mended, so to speak, but they're on better, closer terms now at this point in time.
And some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the The dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're
okay, so I mean, it does seem to be what I thought it might be, which is, now again, I'm reading a lot into these messages. These are, I don't know if they had more messages over the years through different communications platforms, because these are pretty sparse messages over the span of a couple years. It's possible that he genuinely intended to invite him over and have him over, but things popped up. Could be, right? But if it's the case that every time Elon tries to go over, there's always like something that pops up last minute or whatever it may be, then it does seem like Epstein might be trying to, what's the term? What's the term that the Gen Zers use these days? Curb him? Is that what it is? Curb
totally
him?
associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people?
By the way, I want to point this out. Before Trump was elected, there was this clip And of course, we got this Michael Knowles piece of fucking shit. Like, it's so funny and so cute, right? But there's this clip where Elon's being interviewed by fellow neo-Nazi Tucker Carlson. And, they're joking around about, oh, well, we have to win this election. If he doesn't win, we're fucked. And everybody at the time speculated what that meant. And I think people thought it meant that he was rigging the election systems. And if they lost it, they were going to find out. And there was other theories. It could be that the real thing was that he knew that his association and his name being referenced in the Epstein files was actually the part that would fuck him over. I mean, turns out that they get released anyways, even with Trump being elected. And it's possible that Elon early on probably maybe had deals with Trump to also get his name redacted. Trump redacted a lot of shit. Doesn't seem like he redacted Elon out of the files. But they had a bit of a falling out earlier in the year. So I don't think Donald Trump really fucking cares too much about Elon. But it's possible that this is what he was talking about.
Man, what? You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like,
It's so funny, guys. It is so funny. We were like trying to rape kids and everything. They're gonna catch us. Bro, I mean, we're rich and we're wealthy. We're special people. We shouldn't be in trouble for anything. I mean, we're just fucking kids and we're, trafficking them and we're just, manipulating the population and everything. Like, isn't it so funny? Isn't it so good? We're owning the libs. We're owning the whole fucking world. It's so funny, isn't it?
Like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out to him, but I get. You were
I have no plausible deniability.
I hate people like this. It's like this genuine douchebag kind of frat boy piece of fucking dog shit asshole personality that just probably so used to getting away with shit that it's funny to them. It's such a trivial fucking joke to them because manipulating, cheating, doing illegal things, abusing other people, abusing the general public, corrupting entire countries. It's just all a little fucking game for them. It's annoying to me, obviously. I mean, annoying doesn't truly capture it.
And ignore it, or
No, they participated.
right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, And what happened in the
Lutnick, that was the name I was looking for. Lutnick is also in the files. And Lutnick, I just want you to appreciate as we go through this, all of the people that are connected to Trump who are involved in this. So Lutnick is the Commerce Secretary of the United States under Donald Trump. Lutnick was also in the files. And now Lutnick is doing the media rounds. Oh, guys, I started to kind of figure out about Epstein. I wasn't really on board with everything that Epstein was doing, When I found out, once I found out, I was like, oh, this isn't cool, guys. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this, guys. Elon Musk, Howard Lutnick, Peter Attia. I don't know if Peter Attia is connected to Donald Trump, but he's connected to the Rogan Sphere, and the Rogan Sphere is the media apparatus of this movement. You have Alan Dershowitz. I think you even have Bannon, right? What I'm naming off are all of the people in the Trump circle or ecosystem of politics who were connected to Epstein, who were in the Epstein files, who may have visited the island, expressed interest in visiting the island, who had business connections with Epstein, one or all of the above. But so many people who are in the Epstein files who are connected to Epstein and Donald Trump and Trump Circle and all this right-wing media shit. Right now, I know, again, that there are Democrats who are in here. But it seems when you look at the Democrats that are involved, they're either not super relevant to current Democratic policies. They don't seem to form a unified kind of movement today that is working to consolidate power in the same way. the big players that are involved in the Trump movement and its administration and its media efforts and part of a current relevant movement to consolidate power in the United States are all involved with Epstein. And in my point of view, this is not a coincidence. In my point of view, these are people who have been in positions of power and influence for such a long time. They run in the same circles. And they're used to patting each other on the back, doing deals with each other. They are the actual deep state. They are the actual global cabal of elites. They just did the oldest trick in the fucking book that people have been falling for the last 10 years. I'm guilty of something. So in order to take the heat off of me, I'm going to point the finger and accuse everybody else. And I'm going to feign outrage over everybody else so that it generates public sympathy for me and makes it seem like, how could I ever be involved? Look at how pissed I am that these other people are involved. But meanwhile, it was actually all of them using the most basic psychological strategy of projection to convince everybody else to look everywhere. Nothing to see here. Look over there. Look at that guy. Right?
In that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because...
You know, and not to let the big fat fucking Cheeto off the hook either. Right? Let's remember that this fat fucking piece of shit. I'm sorry to I hate to be like fat phobic and everything. The thing is, here's how I feel about things. I'm just gonna put it out there. You'll notice this more and more. I genuinely think that people need to choke on their own medicine. I think when you have malicious, belligerent people, the only way they learn is to choke on their own medicine. So when you have people who are homophobic, if they're doing things that by their own standards are effeminate or gay, yeah, I'm going to fucking bash them. I'm going to rub their own noses in it. That is your own standard. You know, if you want to throw that energy out there, then, you know, it's going to be directed back at you. If you're the kind of movement, if you're the kind of people that go out there and like to shame people for body positivity, then fuck you. You know, you can get it right back at you, right? So, and part of it is like, in order to disarm from these sorts of things where we're engaging in homophobia or body shaming and things of that nature, like, the other person needs to kind of understand, like, that kind of environment, that kind of toxicity, if you want to normalize it, you're creating an environment that is going to harm you as well. Because with a lot of people, these kind of people, they only really understand harms directed at themselves or their immediate group of people that they care about. They can't really empathize with things harming other people. So sometimes it's effective just kind of show them like, oh, it's crazy. That's kind of how it feels. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? Maybe we don't engage in that kind of behavior. But at any rate, so I'm so itchy. I got my allergies are so fucking bad during this time of year. The Cheeto in chief, okay? The Epstein files showed that Epstein was getting women from Donald Trump's what is his golf course or whatever, his country club. Excuse me. That Donald Trump, I mean, it's worth pointing out. I mean, it's so simple. It's so, like, we know about it, but it's worth just kind of emphasizing and reminding, like, we're here right now because Donald Trump has been trying to hide and redact the Epstein files. If Donald Trump really doesn't give a shit about Epstein, his connection to Epstein, his connection to all these pedophiles and everything, it's super simple, super simple. Why is he trying to protect them for then? Why is he trying to redact their names, their information, their connections to this guy? Why is he trying to cover up for these people then? In my mind, that makes you an accomplice. You can try to dance around and play these games like, oh, I didn't really know, and you know, we were just, you know, we weren't like, we were best friends, but you know, it wasn't like that, or you know, you don't have any evidence of me being involved. Well, it really does seem to me like you're trying to defend all these people, in which case, you kind of seem like an accomplice to me. I think that's fair to say.
It's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor
So you
had
know
to
what going on
also
with that?
explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
Again, it can compartmentalize here. Maybe that's true, maybe. But for a group, for a political movement to do so much corruption over the years and engage in so much character assassination of other people based on no evidence, and for them to support other people who were doing this, I don't feel bad for you. And you need to choke on your own medicine. If you're going to put out those accusations of other people, if you're going to connect a million fucking dots, if you're going to engage in all this conspiracism to paint your political opposition as the worst things imaginable, pedophiles, rapists, murderers, abusers, corrupt, then you need to be held to the same standard. You're all over the goddamn Epstein files. If it was a Democrat, you would be, you know, pulling your fucking hair out, screaming about it, making, you know, 10, 20 different freaking media propaganda pieces and memes all over the internet, and going on podcasts, doing a podcast circuit for months about this shit. But now you're shown to be connected in these files, and you want us all now to like engage in legal technicality. Well, technically, you know, you don't actually have like legit evidence that I was actually involved in anything actually illegal. You just know that I'm heavily associated with this guy who's a pedophile, and I just didn't say anything. But no, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not going to play that game where you guys get to hold everybody else to a higher standard, and you get to slander everybody else, and you get to engage in conspiracies against everybody else, and you get to make innuendos and just take things out of context and take one nugget and then use that to infer like all of this shit that wasn't there when you're attacking other people. No. If you're gonna have that be the standard of public discourse, then it needs to bite you on the ass so fucking hard that you never do it again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee.
And I hate how every time these people talk, you saw Elon a moment ago, and then you look at this guy, they're so happy with themselves, they're so proud of themselves, right? Bro, you're talking about your connections to one of the largest sex trafficking rings in the history of mankind, and you're just there like, yeah, you know, and I didn't do anything, and you know, I had this connection, and I'm such a professional stand-up kind of guy. I got my suit on, I got, you know, have my shit all trimmed up and everything, so you know I'm a good person, and I'm just gonna talk to you like this is a normal conversation. I'm such an interesting, insightful person, and you know, my opinion is just, it's so well thought out, and it matters so much.
And there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
There was a massage table in, what was it? It was in the middle of the room. And just picture this bro, you're talking about someone that you had an association with who was running a fucking sex trafficking ring. This isn't a regular fucking podcast where the other person across the table is like, oh yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, very thoughtful. I'm really thinking about what you're saying here. What the fuck are you talking about?
Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day.
And he says, get this for a minute, okay? Really, really absorb this. It's such an interesting thing. He says, every day. Can you believe that? Oh. I'm gonna put my chin up while I'm talking because it makes me seem like I'm such a dignified, sophisticated person when I'm talking about this. He had to get this. a massage table with these dramatic pauses. And I'm going to squint my eyes too, because it makes me seem like I'm a very thoughtful, sophisticated person, Bro, you are associated with a fucking sex trafficker, and you are heavily implicated in these files. Where the fuck were you? What were you doing? There's a lot of questions. This isn't just some super interesting, detached podcast story. But this is right-wing propaganda. Look at the way that it functions. Look at the way they present themselves. Look at the way that they talk. Look at the persona. It is a persona. Look at the persona that they put on to pretend that they are respectable, dignified individuals. Well, in reality, these are savages wearing a costume.
And then he gets weird.
I want you to think about that when you see these people all dressed up with their ties and everything. The tie and the suit and the three-piece suit and all that fucking shit, that doesn't say anything about who you are as a person. You didn't invent that. You didn't sew that. You didn't come up with it yourself. You can be the stupidest, most deranged, savage, corrupt piece of shit in human history. All you got to do is go to a Macy's and have them measure you out and give you a fucking suit. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about your mentality, your mind state, or anything like that. It's a facade. It's a facade that some people fall for, unfortunately, because it's leveraged as a societal norm, as a standard, but it doesn't mean anything. It's propaganda.
Weirdly close to me.
Oh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now, my wife is standing here.
Oh.
So
Wow, what an interesting story. I feel so informed. I feel so sophisticated. Look at, they're in a room with the what do they call these walls? The fucking textured wood fucking walls, and they got the American flag, and I don't know what flag this is in the background, but we have that going on. They're in a nice little studio set up with the professional microphone. They're dressed in their suits and everything, and the cadence is contemplative and highbrow, and get this, it's so sophisticated. Fuck, I hate this shit. It's so stupid.
she looks at me, and I look at her, and
Wow.
we say,
Wow, what'd you say? Whoa.
and we left.
No
And
way.
in the 6 or 8
What? And then what happened next? Tell me. You gotta tell me.
steps it takes to get from his house to my house.
Oh my God. No way. Why didn't you ever tell anybody about this? What? That's a crazy story, bro. It's so interesting that you're just telling us now that you need to clear your name. What a coincidence. That's so interesting.
My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that
Wow.
disgusting person ever again.
Well,
So disgusting. You're so right. Oh man. You're right. Again, the persona there. Me and my wife, we decided at that moment we'll never be around this disgusting individual. Give me a fucking break.
he couldn't be more clear, could he? Right? He says, "Hey, I may have been his next."
You know what's crazy too is the right constantly talks about everybody else virtue signaling. Let's just drape a flag over everything. Let's just put on a suit. Let's just put on this persona that we're so highbrow and sophisticated. We're men. We're manly men. We're sophisticated. Conservative men of distinction, men of honor. And it's all just virtue signaling. And they accuse everybody else of it.
door neighbor.
Fucking
But I
stupid.
met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear.
Oh, yes. Howard Lutnick, the guy who hangs around with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He would never put up with gross comments about women, especially with his wife in the room. Oh, I totally believe that he's that caliber of man, that he cares about that kind of language. I totally believe that.
Clear. He's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated,
They participated.
but Howard Lutnick,
In case you can't tell, I'm trying to be the chick doing the interview right now. The feigned, just like interest and novelty of such a compelling story. Oh wow, tell me more. That's so interesting. Whoa. Wow.
he could never. No, he's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located?
Oh yeah, I saw this email. I forgot to kind of put two and two together and who this specific guy was. And just think to yourself, if this was a Democrat, these people are still in Trump's circle working for the government or acting as consultants for the Trump administration, for the U.S. presidency. We're expected as liberals, we're expected as a general public, when it comes to conservative, when it comes to Republicans doing shit like this, they expect us, with their sense of fucking entitlement, that we're supposed to look at shit like this and then they get to just not even talk about it. These people get to just hold their jobs and there's no outrage over it. We're supposed to just put up with this shit. Why? Because you're a conservative? Because you're a Republican? You're a fucking special snowflake? You get to do whatever the fuck you want in our society? And I say this because this is just an overarching frustration that I have with the way that our media, with the way that our culture treats these people. I think the problem is that it's so normalized that we don't even realize we subconsciously do this. This isn't even remotely acceptable for anybody else. This is a Democratic administration. People would be resigning just from the mere fact that they were not earnest and forthright with this information, with their connections to these things. They would be resigning simply just because of how bad it looks. And yet they have so much information linking them to one of the worst child sex trafficking operations in the history of mankind. And the general public doesn't even know who the fuck Howard Lutnick is. The media is so derelict in their duty, so spineless, such fucking pussies that they can't even put public pressure on these Republicans. These Republicans have a social sense of entitlement within our society to behave however the fuck they want, and we're all supposed to just pretend that it's normal. We don't actually have to pretend that it's normal. The media does not have to pretend that it's normal. The media does not have to be nice to these people. The media has fallen into the trap of thinking because these people constantly accuse them of being biased, that they need to overcompensate by being overly charitable and nice and letting them get away with shit. You want to know something crazy? If the media grew some fucking balls from the get-go and would have just unapologetically called these people out for what they were, this is a war of attrition, you need to understand. They were playing the game in such a manner where they didn't care about being polite. They didn't care about being biased. They wanted to smear everybody else. And you unilaterally disarmed and allowed them to do so. If you would have maintained the same energy that they have directed at you, directed at them instead, unapologetically, principledly, these people would fold, especially now. Especially now. They've been caught in so many lies and exaggerations over the years that I think the general public is pretty much ready to admit that they were wrong and that things seem to be the other way around. But unfortunately, the media really fucked itself over because the media has destroyed their credibility trying to salvage their credibility from the kind of slanderous attacks that these people directed at them for so many years. And now they find themselves in an unwinnable position. There is no way for the mainstream media to dig itself out of this hole. Because if it was the case that the mainstream media had hold these people to task unapologetically, unwaveringly through this entire fucking time, the general public could look at what's going on now and go, oh, wow, you know what? We were wrong about you guys this whole time. It turns out they were actually the bad guys and you were trying to warn us all along. But instead, you guys cucked out. And so now if you try to go back to the general public, or if you try to rehab your image and kind of, you know, turn a new leaf and start doing your fucking job, it doesn't matter anymore. Because now the public is going to look at you. Now you're between a rock and a hard place. Now the public's going to look at you and look at you and go, huh, you know what? We were wrong about these Trump people and these right-wingers and everybody involved in this whole, you know, deep state fucking child sex trafficking thing. But we see that you guys caved into allowing them to spin these narratives. We see that you guys cucked yourselves out. So actually, we can't trust you guys, because when the pressure is on you, you've shown us that you don't have the fortitude to stand behind the truth, actually. You are corruptible. And so now the public looks at it and then goes, well, I don't trust you guys, but I also don't trust these Trump people either. Now I just don't trust anybody. So unfortunately, it's kind of retrospective. There's no way to go back and unfuck the fuckedness that you fucked up. But you guys shouldn't have never allowed them to accuse you guys of bias just for pointing out the disparity in behavior and the connections that they have and things of that nature.
What's the exact
That's too late now.
location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him? He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like, walking...
Keep in mind, right, by the way, because he put that message on screen. Let's look at that message. This is important, okay? Let's look at this message. Because... All right. Where is it at? This is the one right here, but this one's blurry. Do I have a better picture of this one? Okay, here we go. So this is what Lutnick sends to fucking X, dude. Piece of dog shit fucking platform. Okay. This video is probably not going to do well on the algorithm because of how much cussing has been involved in it, but I don't think I care at this point. So this is Lutnick to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, Jeff. We are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's, Anguilla on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lerman, with me on my boat. Just fully appreciate the need to include these details. And each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Do you understand how weird that is? Do you understand, even if I try to give this fucking piece of shit the benefit of the doubt, oh, maybe he had a connection with Epstein, but, you know, they were just business associates. Maybe he didn't really know about everything going on, right? Why why do you ever need to not only specify that you have kids with you? Because, you know, when you say you have kids, I can understand in some instances, right? You're going to hang out with some adult friends that you have, just let them know, hey, you know, we're going to have our kids with us, so it's going to need to be like a family-friendly thing. You know, it might change what kind of things you guys decide to do. Not that, like, you're going to go and I don't know, have wild sex orgy parties, but, you know, if you're hanging out with your friends but you have your kids with them, maybe you guys are going to fucking go to a bowling alley instead of going to like a bar with live music, right? So I can understand if we're being ultra charitable, mentioning like, oh, it's going to be us and we have some of our kids with us. Okay, cool. That would be a normal conversation in a vacuum outside of the context of Jeffrey Epstein. Just if you were talking to another adult that you're meeting up with, right? That makes some sense. Why are you specifying that 2 16s, 2 14s? By the way, this means their ages. Okay, we have 4 children each. We have 2 of them are 16. Just so you know, okay, I want to specify 2 of them are 16. We have 2 that are 14. We have a 13, we have a 12, we have 11, and we have a 7-year-old. Who does that? What other explanation is there for that? You know what I mean? Like, there might be some explanation that would make sense on a Jerry Seinfeld episode where it's like, it's such a coincidental chain of circumstances that from the outside you can see how, oh shit, this looks weird, this looks funny, but knowing the circumstance, you're like, oh, it makes sense from their perspective, but like, how are they going to explain this to other people, right? But man, you have to invent quite a story to make that make sense, because this is so fucking weird. Who says this? Who specifies this? Why would you need to specify this? Especially given the context. You know, I might even go, you know, we have some of our kids with us, you know, 2 of them are teenagers, the other ones are, you know, young kids, young children, maybe, right? Because teenagers might be into certain things that the little kids aren't. You know, teenagers sometimes can be a pain in the ass. They're in the rebellious phase. So you might be specifying for that reason, like, hey, just so you know, I got, you know, our two sons that are teenagers, so, you know, they're going to want to pretend that they're too cool for everything that we do. Just letting you know, they're going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, right? You might specify that, but who specifies the specific ages for each and every child? Why are you doing that? 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, 11, a 7-year-old. Might as well start going into detail of, oh, this one has this many dimensions. This one is 5'2", and, you know, they weigh approximately this much, and their foot size is this long, and, you know, and this one has brown hair with the blue eyes, and this one over here is a brunette with the, like, why are you specifying? This sounds like a weird modeling application. Like, hey, I got some models that are supposed to meet for the photo shoot. You know, 5 of them are, you know, 21-year-old, 23-year-old female, gray, you know, purple hair with the pink eyes, and another one is red hair with the blue eyes. Why are you getting this level of detail? It's weird. Super fucking weird. And I have to ask you this question. Is right-wing media talking about this at all? Is anyone in the Trump administration talking about this at all? Why is this guy still in working in our government for? He should be resigning just from the mere fact of how fucking bad this looks. The implication of this alone, just on that part alone. Of course, I don't expect him to talk about this specific email because, man, how do you explain this? And I don't expect right-wing media is probably going to talk about this either, because once you start getting into these kind of details, it's hard to kind of fabricate some stupid fucking excuse for this shit. This is weird. There's no good explanation
in the
for
guy's house. I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying the time to drop the really big bomb? Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over?
I wonder too. I've seen some of the communications with Epstein and Elon. Do we have any information whether Elon actually ever went to the island? Do any of the messages seem to apply that at all? Did Elon ever visit the island? Based on currently available information from neither of these documents, there's no concrete evidence ever visited. Okay, yeah, we don't really know if he ever visited. It seems like the messages just show that he was interested in going. And keep in mind, those messages were after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted. So Elon should have known who he was and what the implications are of visiting his islands. And especially, I think some of the emails were like talking about like, oh, I want to party with the girls or some shit like that. Elon Epstein, what was it, like girls for the win? Like what a fucking loser, by the way. Huh, girls for the win, am I right, guys? What a fucking loser. How's this real? I can't even see this message. Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Blank told me... Why is this redacted? Why is this shit redacted? Told me you were planning a party. Huh! Girls for the win! Am I right? Huh! Boys will be boys! I'm cool, guys. What a fucking loser. Alright, hold on. I gotta blow my nose. My god, my allergies are bothering... My allergies are bothering me. Hold on. Alright, God. Oh! I'm telling you, my allergies are so bad. And especially, like, for the past month, I don't know what it is. I'm unfortunately literally allergic to, like, grass pollen. Not fun, considering that grass is pretty much everywhere. Yeah, I don't know, this whole month, my allergies have been so bad. Like, sinus pressure constantly. Itchy nose constantly, runny nose constantly. Like it sucks balls. So anyways, today I should have been doing this anyways, apropos of nothing, but I got some Claritin over the counter because what I realized was I had some Theraflu left over, or it was Alka-Seltzer from when I kind of had like the flu over the winter break. And so last weekend I was hanging out around the house and I was just suffering from my allergies, and I decided to take the Alka-Seltzer because like I was thinking to myself like I don't know too much about medicine, but I was like maybe this will make me feel better. I don't know. You know, it's like cold medicine. Maybe it'll have like similar effect. But when I was reading the description, you know, it says antihistamine. It's my understanding, and I was right, that like antihistamine is it's like hysteria, like being histrionic, like the root word for all those things. Allergies is like your immune system's overreaction. Being like hysterical is an overreaction. Histrionic is like an overreactive response. So antihistamine would be like anti, just me getting it from the root word, anti like overreaction of your allergies or your immune system. So I took it and man, I felt so much better. My passages just felt clearer. I didn't have like the sinus pressure or the itchy sensation or the runny nose and everything. So I was like, I don't know why. It's such a simple thing, such a stupid simple thing, and just such a dude thing to not take care of yourself like this, honestly. We're just bad at this sort of thing. And I was just like, why am I not taking allergy medication? I used to have a prescription for it when I was younger, but like you can get Claritin over the counter now. So anyways, I picked some up today. I just started though, and it's my understanding that with like Claritin, you have to give it a few days for it to kind of like coat you, so to speak. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to that setting in and everything, but man, I am fucking miserable lately.
In 2012, Howard. Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, and the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence.
That's such a damaging aspect of the Trump administration, is that they've installed like actual partisan bias people into the government to the point where now stuff that comes out of the government, you don't even know if you could trust it. You don't even know if it's real or truthful or honest. And it also kind of feeds into this narrative that starts to kind of erode at being able to have a functioning society, which is like, oh, everything is corrupt and untrustworthy. But the issue with that mentality is that it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you have the mentality that everyone's corrupt, everything's corrupt, therefore nothing fucking matters, and you start, you know, putting in biased, partisan, corrupt people yourself, you've now created a system which is biased, partisan, and corrupt now, and so then people don't trust it, and the people become cynical, and then they think like, well, it doesn't fucking matter, everything's gonna be corrupt anyways, which again is just gonna loop, just a feedback loop of bad outcomes. So it's almost like you can never really let the system get to a critical mass of corruption and bias. Otherwise, it's almost like it becomes unsalvageable past a certain point. I mean, hopefully that's not going to be the case for too much longer, because you do run the risk of how much permanent damage is made to your system over time. I don't know.
Diligence of the
Something I don't
FBI,
like to
which
think
they
about,
should be doing, of
but
course, and not all
it's kinda
complaints
true.
are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But
All right, I've been moving around because I want to listen to this CoffeeZilla thing, but to move on with the mission, I actually want to play a little bit in the background. I need to do these companion cutscenes, because some of them go away if you don't do them in time. Like if there are certain missions that once you activate those missions, you lose access to other missions. Like the story gets pushed too far along, that certain side quests are like you're locked out of them. So I want to make sure I do these real fast. Oh man, I'm not even getting audio from the game. Hold on. Let me do this. I need to restart this. I've been idling in this game for too long, I think, and now it's like all kind of fucked up. So let's reload it real fast. While that's happening, we'll listen to this some more.
Here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately...
And I mean, so far, I don't think we have any like concrete evidence of Donald Trump doing anything with these people other than him being found liable for rape, right? But if you look at the pattern of behavior and you look at the sheer volume of people who've accused him of things, you look at the people that he's associated with, past a certain point, if you don't think that he's been involved in stuff like it, but you're the kind of person that thinks everybody else is corrupt and involved in the deep state based on much less, there's something wrong with you, or you are so fucking biased at this point that like you're unsalvageable. But it's amazing to me how people who invent conspiracies on so much less are able to look past legitimate connections that Trump has or Elon Musk has, and they're able to still look at it and go, oh, I don't know. We don't have any direct evidence. That's just he said versus she said. That's just, the deep state out to get him or whatever. The double standards, if not for double standards, Republicans wouldn't have standards.
13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. Friend was allegedly hit in the face.
Remember when you hear these things, by the way, because right-wingers are constantly saying now, like, oh, the Epstein files are out and they exonerate Trump. What are you talking about? You have all these accusations in the Epstein files about Donald Trump, and we don't have enough information to see that these have actually been properly adjudicated. So what the fuck do you mean that it exonerated Trump? It exonerated him because the media you consume just simply doesn't tell you about it?
After she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm gonna censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other...
Oh man, the program keeps closing. But here's the big question: is even if these aren't confirmed circumstances, why isn't the FBI investigating these? Why did they decide not to push forward with investigations into these people? You know what I mean? It really makes you question, right? Really makes you question. Now, I could see, of course, that sometimes you actually just do hit a dead end where you don't really have enough information to actually see, like, okay, do we know to a satisfactory degree that these people were probably involved in something? Yeah, I can understand that in a vacuum in any other court case. But I feel like there needs to be an explanation at the very least on why the FBI decided not to investigate these stories further or these individuals further. Why did the FBI decide to, not literally exonerate these people, but metaphorically exonerate these people? Why? They should be asking that question. Alex Jones should be asking this question. The losers on 4chan who love every fucking conspiracy in the world should be asking this question. Wonder why they don't ask these kinds of questions. Why doesn't Tucker Carlson ask these kinds of questions? Why doesn't Candace Owens? They love to question every fucking conspiracy in the world, but you have a lot more breadcrumbs here and they don't seem interested. You know why? Because the conspiracies that they form, they were always in the service to their partisan politics. That's always been what it was. They cherry pick information for that specific reason. They pick and choose which conspiracies they want to look into. They pick and choose which threads they actually want to pull and look deeper into. It's partisanship. It's bias.
Motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files, because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble. And that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just to look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post.
I'm glad that he's framing it this way. I'm glad that he's talking about it from this angle, because this really is, I'm not going to say the story, but it is the story, right? There's a lot of stories here, but this is one of the big stories that needs to be the narrative, that needs to be what people are talking about, is really focus on and don't let them wiggle out of the fact that all of these people who pointed the fingers at everybody else, all of these people who now don't want to talk about it, are the people who are in the files, who are connected to it. And I don't think we should stop talking about it now. I don't think we should, oh, nothing to see here now. No. Let's do what you said you wanted to do before you were in office, when you were trying to direct it to everybody else. Let's keep looking into it. Let's uncover every stone, turn over every stone. Let's get into it. I don't want to stop talking about it now. It just started getting juicy.
Guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them, and according to reports, threatened.
Jeffrey Epstein was out there like Batman trying to set up freaking contingency plans for all his friends. Okay, that was the end of that one. Okay, cool. Good video, Mr. Coffee. I see that he put this one up. Let's see what this one's about. And then, because it looks like I have more than enough time, because I barely got anything done, because I yap too much. I probably need to work on that a little bit. I need to work on being a little bit more concise. But I guess that's what happens when you're a bit off the cuff and you're not really editing down what you actually want to talk about. Who said that streaming and talking was easy? It looks easy. But public speaking is easier said than done. There's a lot that goes into it. One of those things is being concise. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. I wonder if the game is down. We'll give it a minute. Let's go to this video. Let's see what's going on.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and/or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and make
projection, absolute projection. It's amazing and so Machiavellian how like, in a weird way, how honest they are, because what they're accusing others of doing is like the specific exact strategy that they use. So they're almost admitting what their mindset and what their strategy is. They're just accusing everybody else of it. But it's so on the nose. It's so blatant and in your face. It's like me what would this be? It's like me cheating on my girlfriend and then accusing her of cheating and accusing her of doing everything that I was doing. And it's like, motherfucker, how are you going to accuse me of cheating? I just found out that you had text messages from this other girl talking about everything that you were doing. Right? Everybody's, well, not everybody, unfortunately, a lot of right-wingers, I think, are intentionally naive to what's going on here, but everybody else in the world knows what happened. Everybody else in the world knows now that Elon Musk had connections to Epstein that he was hiding. And everybody knows now that he admitted nothing, that he denied everything, and that he spent this entire time trying to accuse everybody else of being involved in this shit. Everybody knows that. And they are so blatant, so arrogant, so entitled, and so evil that they have no problem just admitting exactly the behavior that they're doing and accusing everybody else of it. And like, who are they even accusing of this? Who are they? He's saying the left. Who in the left? Who's denying it? Has Bill Clinton denied it? Do Democrats deny that Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files? No. So who is he even talking about? Honestly, it doesn't matter, because at this point, the right-wing base in the United States is so indoctrinated, and so they've committed so much to this worldview, this narrative, this outrage porn that they've been addicted to for over 10 years now, that the reality is that they don't even want to look for information outside of their bubble. So for them, they might not actually know about this stuff because the right has been so successful at telling them not to listen to anyone else, not to trust anyone else, and to only get their news and information from right-wing conspiratorial sources. So it's totally possible that when Elon Musk puts out stuff like this, that everybody else looks at and goes like, this is obvious projection. It's possible that a lot of voters on the right don't even know that because they just genuinely are in an echo chamber bubble. People have thrown out that term, that phraseology for decades, right? If you're not from the United States and you're outside looking in, you need to genuinely understand, like, this is not a joke. This is not an exaggeration. 1/3 of our country is genuinely indoctrinated, genuinely brainwashed, genuinely in a media bubble ecosystem, which genuinely is designed to brainwash them and keep them ignorant. That is not an exaggeration. When you read about stuff like you do in 1984, or what happened in some of the authoritarian regimes in World War II in history, you need to understand what's happening in the United States with 1/3 of our country that is like addicted to this right-wing, Republican, anti-SJW, anti-woke narrative or whatever. Those things you read about in books, it's actually happening here. It's real. You have to understand that. It is not exaggeration. It can feel surreal at times to live through it, but you have to understand, like, we're almost desensitized to it. We're almost used to sensational things online. We're almost used to CGI and AI at this point, that we're almost numb to how real this stuff is. 1/3 of our country, you have to understand this, 1/3 of our country is brainwashed. Actually brainwashed. So brainwashed that you need to understand the severity and the realness of this issue. 1/3 of our country is so brainwashed that they are unironically, literally supporting a cabal of child sex traffickers and people who protect child sex traffickers, because they believe that everybody else is in a cabal of child sex trafficking, like people who want to trans their kids and who want open borders, and that global warming isn't real. Do you understand how actually, genuinely fucking crazy our society is at the moment? It's insane. I try to convey the feeling, and sometimes I'm a bit redundant because I cannot express, there's not really words for how genuinely fucking crazy our timeline is.
Making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're gonna notice this trend is true, that everyone we're gonna talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against.
There's this episode of South Park, and sometimes I wonder with these people, like, do they know that they're like evil, lying people? Or have they actually convinced themselves that they're just doing what everyone else is doing, what everyone else would have done, and the rest of the world is already like this? You know? I'm not sure sometimes. It's hard to tell sometimes. But there's an episode of South Park where Cartman, who's a giant piece of shit, Kyle points out to him, like, or Kyle realizes, like, I think he actually genuinely, like, convinces himself that he's a good person. And you find out that Cartman is actually, like, he actually deludes himself genuinely enough to believe his own bullshit. Oh, you know what? Cartman, or Kyle isn't the one that points it out. It's Timmy that points it out. Cartman. Whatever. I'm not going to find the specific, like, clip or whatever. It's from this episode where it's a long story. I won't get into it. But yeah, I mean, that might be what's going on. It's hard to tell sometimes with these people. Like, I think a lot of, when it comes to the leadership and the media figures, I'm less charitable. But I actually do think a lot of the actual voters, the actual supporters, like the average everyday people who follow this stuff, and you ask, like, how do they manage to, like, genuinely follow these kinds of movements and figures? And you talk to them and you realize that they've consumed media for the past 10 years that have told them that it's everybody else. And so I think in their mind, they actually genuinely think, well, if both sides are bad and everybody is doing it, then I'd rather take the people who at least agree with me on a few issues, because the other side is just as bad and they did it first anyways. And I think a lot of people have been brainwashed to believe that that's actually true, which is part of the reason why I absolutely hate the both sides narrative, because I've understood for a long time now that this is the specific purpose of that both sides narrative. That both sides narrative is specifically designed to give cover to the Republicans and give them justification for the things that they do. Because if they do all these bad things, but they're able to turn around and point to everybody else and say, well, you started it, it makes them seem not as bad as they actually are to a lot of people.
Other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability.
And by the way, I just want to say, like, we need to talk about this as a society. We need to fully start to appreciate this and make this a conversation that, you know, moderates and centrists and normies are forced to contend with. Is we have to admit that this is not just Donald Trump. It's not just the current moment that we're in. We have to admit something about ourselves in our society. Something super fundamental, which is the conservative movement, the conservative culture, the conservative community, the conservative mindset in our country has absolutely failed, utterly failed, monumentally, historically has failed. That it has managed to produce a population of people who don't believe objective reality and who've allowed themselves to vote for the most evil and corrupt people in the history of mankind. Well, not the most evil people in the history of mankind. There's a lot of competition there, but you get what I mean, right? Why is it like these are the real conversations no one ready to have? Why is it that conservatism and the Christian movement in the United States has convinced people to support child sex traffickers, child rapists, people who lie, not just white lies, but like blatant lies? The conservative Christian nationalist like communities, culture in our country has produced like absolute corruption. It's not just Trump. It's not just some of the figures. It's not just some of the media figures. The culture itself, that conservative culture itself, has given fertile ground for the most evil, corrupt people in our society to manipulate their followers, their supporters. There is something fundamentally broken and wrong about conservative culture, about Christian culture in the United States, that has allowed for this level of corruption. It has utterly, utterly, utterly failed. Historically failed. And when I say historically failed, I mean 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 300 years from now, 1,000 years from now, this period of time will be studied. And people will look at the people who followed this and got behind it. And these are the topics that they'll be talking about that right now we're not ready to have that conversation yet because we're too close to it and we don't want to offend the people that are involved in it. But the reality is that the culture has produced these people. The culture itself is broken. It's not that conservatism has made a mistake. It's not that conservatism has been led astray. Conservatism has led to this moment. Conservatism in the United States, at the very least, I would say beyond that, conservatism has utterly failed. Conservatism has been fundamentally corrupting. It's fostered evil and corruption in our society. Conservatism is broken. It's bad. It's bad. I don't have the words to describe it. I try to convey it, but I don't have the words to articulate. I mean, maybe I need to like sit down and write out a script and actually think about, do some wordsmithing here. Because what I'm trying to convey, like it's hard for me to fully convey the true magnitude and the feeling that I have behind this. It's hard to just do it off the cuff, but like I'm trying to convey here, like we need to appreciate that it's not just Trump. It is conservatism. Conservatism needs to face a reckoning. Conservatism needs to answer for what they've produced. Conservatism in our society needs to be absolutely shamed. It should be that, and I mean this, I mean full offense when I say this. Conservatism for the next 50 years at the very least needs to be a shameful thing, needs to be a source of embarrassment. They need to feel the way that Germans felt after World War II when they supported the Nazis in the Holocaust. And you had Germans who didn't really fully grasp and realize what they were a part of until after the war ended. And the Allies had to sit them down and show them what was going on. And to a certain degree, I feel a little bit bad that Germans today still carry sometimes this kind of self-loathing because, you know, a lot of people that are born in Germany now weren't involved in this, right? But conservatism, conservatives, the conservative community and culture needs to be shameful. And it needs to be worn around people like an albatross. It needs to be something that everybody in society, like, you're embarrassed to admit that you're a conservative. When you admit that you're conservative, people need to look at you like you're disgusting, because it is disgusting. The culture of conservatism, it's fucking disgusting. It's gross. It's I try to look for a better word than this sometimes, but it is what it is. Conservatism's fucking retarded. They're a bunch of fucking retards. Conservatism has produced disgusting, vile, evil, stupid people. I'm trying not to use the R slur, all right? I'm trying to, but like what they're invent for me a better way of saying like you're stupid in a way that is it just cuts away at your soul. I need a better word for that. But I mean, yeah, it's not just Trump, it's the entire culture.
I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily, but other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced.
Okay, sorry.
Secretary Varham came around, gave his support. One step closer to being opposition leader. System works. But there's another candidate back on Balmora. Nayland Fiskin. He's trouble.
What kind of support does he have?
People like him. War veteran, so military's on his side. Fiskin struck already. Arrested my followers back home over an operation years ago. Says they set a bomb that killed Imperials and Balmoran soldiers. Those Balmorans were traitors, selling ordnance to the Empire. Planned to destroy a village. My people saved lives.
Was Fiskin aware of that when he arrested your followers?
No, not common knowledge. Greystar authorized the bombing. He kept detailed journals. The evidence I need. All Greystar's journals were destroyed on Balmora. Darth Lacris orders. Must be copies elsewhere, though.
What happens if these journals are lost?
I'll improvise. No one's clean. Journals might have dirt on Nayland Fiskin, too. Fastest way to neutralize him.
If you do that, you're still just a terrorist, using the same tactics as before.
My tactics work. I'll keep you apprised.
That's the mentality, isn't it? My tactics work.
Might have evidence to clear the charges against my men. I found Greystar's journals. A group of Balmoran resistance fighters were on a mission to Nar Shaddaa. Never left. They have copies of the journals.
Greystar probably wanted to protect his ideas.
In case what happened, happened. Plausible. These men lost contact with us. Happens sometimes. They don't know Greystar's gone, or anything else. Their leader is Kalen Jays, one of my trainees once. I should go to Nar Shaddaa, tell him the news myself.
I'm sure he'll be glad to see you, despite the circumstances.
Plus, I can pick up the journals. Efficient. Won't be gone long. Pick up a shuttle to Nar Shaddaa, meet Jays, bring the journals back. Simple. Don't get shot while I'm away. Back. Met Kalen Jays. Journals are safe.
The way that he talks, it's like incomplete clauses. I mean, well, no, journals are safe as a complete clause, right? That Kalen Jays, but like each sentence kind of lacks. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an English teacher. I wouldn't know what the technical term here. It's almost like they lack context. Like, journals are safe. The journals are safe. I'm back. Back isn't really a complete clause, right? Met Kalen Jays. Back. Met Kalen Jays. I'm back. I met Kalen Jays. Turns out that the journals are like that would be like the complete version of the sentences. I kind of talk like this at times, but it's weird to see it flipped around. It's okay when I do it. It's not okay when other people do it.
Must have been good to see your friend again.
Not so good. Jays didn't want to give me the journals.
Jays.
Said Greystar left standing orders. If he was killed or captured, the journals should be destroyed. And Greystar told Jays not to give the journals to me. Ever. For any reason.
I hope Jays had an explanation for these orders.
No. Says he didn't ask. Started reading on the way back. Greystar had plenty to say. He wrote in shorthand, tough to decipher. But there's enough evidence to release my men. Nayland Fiskin's charges fell apart. Need to go on the attack now, before Fiskin's campaign recovers.
Oh, you know what? I'm kind of wondering, does he ever say I? Maybe that's what's missing from all these sentences. I need to go on the attack before Fiskin's campaign recovers.
You mentioned Elon Fiskin is also making a bid to be opposition leader.
Yes, but he'll fail. Journals have some intel on Fiskin, too. Hence, he took a bribe from an Imperial prisoner. Revealing it would hit him hard.
You may not have all the facts. Speak to Fiskin before you reveal it.
Don't want to be caught off guard again.
I don't want to be caught off guard
No idea
again.
why Greystar didn't want me reading his journals.
I have no idea.
Strange. So much history. Talks about people I knew.
Well, he says I there.
Still. Back to work.
Interesting. I don't know. Kind of curious, like as a writer for a series like this, when you're trying to create like speaking conventions for different characters, how would you define those roles? Like with this character, he never starts a sentence with I. Maybe, I don't know.
Been working on my combat technique.
I've been
Noticed
working
some
on
flaws after fighting alongside.
I noticed some flaws.
All corrected now.
I suppose it never hurts to be meticulous.
I'm no use dead.
Oh, well, he started there.
You're all right.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
Any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have.
Now we can talk without sub-zero wind in our ears. Thank you. Not just for saving my guys. You got me out of Hoth. You have no idea how much I was starting to hate that planet.
I found Hoth rather picturesque, actually.
Digging graves out there takes the bloom off, I'm afraid. You know, I missed the rest of the unit already. Even Kree. But they're going home, and that's the important thing. They've earned it. Your friend Kaizen's something else. He was asking how many kills I've made?
In Trandoshan society, an individual's status is determined by hunting.
Oh. Wonder what your status is if you say, I don't keep count. He's odd company for a Jedi Master. I've been posted all over, but I haven't met many Trandoshans. Or Jedi. I always think of Jedi Masters as being stationed on Tython, and being... well, you're more hands-on than I expected.
I mean, he's a cool guy. I wouldn't mind a romance between these two, but I already decided my character's more of, she's more into the ladies, so...
The Force can't dig a garden or build a city's defenses. Sometimes you must get your hands dirty.
I hear that. At least your missions aren't as hair-raising as mine were. It's been years since I slept through the night without some crisis coming up. Trandoshans, Jedi, it's all good. I'm glad to be here. You know, I did some numbers. This could wind up being the longest assignment I've had in 3 years. Scary how time flies when your mind's on other things.
Your mood does seem much brighter.
I have my reasons. Meantime, I was hoping to get better acquainted with the ship. It's got a lot of potential. Little mystery, too. I'm curious.
Man, they're heavily trying to push me in the direction of romantic interest with this guy, huh? They don't even give me a neutral option in here. I like mysteries too. Sounds intriguing. I mean, I don't think I would say like, oh, I'm uncomfortable with this. I think I would just like ignore in this situation. Because, I mean, so far he hasn't been like pushy or anything. I don't feel like I need to be that like, ew, gross. I could just kind of give him a professional, neutral response.
All Padawans know curiosity can lead to disaster.
Then I'll trust your judgment, and admire the ship for what it is.
Are we talking about the ship? Are we talking about the same thing?
Good news. One of my guys from Hoth got a promotion. Private Lavick made it to Specialist.
Please send him my congratulations.
Thanks. I'll let him know. He's gone to Ord Mantell for training. I was there right after my transfer from... Felucia? No, Dantooine. Ord Mantell. That posting was lousy.
I imagine it seems rather trivial since facing Captain Balon.
Hoth was a bad mission in good company. This was the other way around. I was in a unit scattering a separatist training camp, setting noise charges, ambushes, that sort of thing.
What's a noise
Lieutenant
charge?
Jorgen had seniority, and he let me know it. Snap inspections, status reports. Every day he was up in arms about something.
I think Jorgen is the companion character for the trooper, right? It's kind of cool they tie those in.
Discipline is the shield of both a soldier and a Jedi.
I guess that's true. Maybe I'm being too hard on Jorgen. He was a good soldier. He's probably a general by now. We did the job and didn't lose a single man. Jorgen got a commendation. I got transferred to Sirocco, then to Duro, then Hoth.
If you shared responsibility with Jorgen, you should have been recognized for your achievement.
Thanks, but
I don't
I
think
don't
Jorgen
get
was either.
commendations. I get a well done written on the back of my transfer orders. I hope Specialist Lavick appreciates what he's got.
Some jealousy there. What's going on?
Dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several...
It's so bad. It's just so bad. Problem is, like, we become so used to it. It feels so just like you can't do anything about it, that we've become numb to it. But like, yeah, I mean, not too long ago, Donald Trump was making special allowances for Ghislaine Maxwell so that she wouldn't have to give up the other people that she worked with, basically, right? And we all just act like that didn't happen now.
Does this mean your Shiko Yagu is over?
Can we just take a moment to appreciate this song? This song, I think, is from episode 1 of Star Wars, and it's one of my favorite themes in the show because, like, what is it conveying in terms of emotion? Like, there's a sense of mystery in it. There's a very vague sense of foreboding, potentially, right? But it's also a little bit, like, soothing and calming. And what does it sound like? I can't think of any other song that sounds like this. I can't think of any, like, classical genre that sounds like this. No contemporary music genre that sounds like this. Like, John Williams, he's just irreplaceable. Like, the stuff that he's come up with, just as a musician, I couldn't imagine ever coming up with some of this stuff. I don't know. What a weird tangent, but I just had to talk about it. Life and death all feed on each other. To eat piece of molt proves I know this. Okay, cool.
So the person you were nourishes the person you're becoming. Did Lex say what sort of hunt this would be? This is a special opportunity. You should take full advantage of it.
Yeah, see, this is one of those cases where it sounds like I have a quest. I do. And I wonder if this is what I was trying to make sure that I don't lock myself out of, is side quests like this that may be lost if I go into the third act, which I think if I go to Tython, I think that triggers like the third act of this chapter. So I don't want to miss these things. I'm actually curious. Let me Google this real fast. I want to make sure this is true or not. SWTOR Companion missions availability. Early missions trigger after key points. Alliance alerts for recruitments. Past chapter 3. Companion missions temporarily unavailable during the Knights of the Fallen expansion. The Old Republic change 3. After completing chapter 3 on Corellia, all remaining companion conversations and quests become available, usually triggered by reaching specific high influence thresholds rather than plot points. Post-return functionality, final returns. Important note, it is highly recommended to complete all companion conversations before the Knights of the Fallen expansion to ensure you do not miss them. Yeah, so there's stuff like that. Although I don't think I'm at the Knights of the Fallen Empire expansion. There's too many expansions. But yeah, I don't think I've locked myself out of any of them. I'm not sure where I lock myself out. I just want to make sure that I don't.
The Van Drake generator is finally taking shape. We are a step closer to victory at the symposium. Now we begin the most crucial stage, the generator's core. And another Luminatus Club member, Shorjan Chalice, has offered to help with that.
Isn't Shorjan taking part in the symposium too?
Until the symposium itself, we are brothers in science. Besides, whatever his entry is, it can't possibly compete. Shorjan wants to trade some exotech for components I need, but I left my juicier exotech artifacts back at my store. You'll pardon me if I take a brief trip home to make the trade? We shan't be away for long.
This Shorjan is a stranger. I should come with you.
A kind offer, but Shorjan seems harmless. If I can't defend myself in my own store, I have greater problems than being attacked.
Don't you worry, Jedi. No one hurts my Theron while I'm around.
Hopefully Shorjan will have all the components I need. The Van Drake generator's core is crucial to this entire endeavor. It's gratifying to know the security systems at my store are still intact. Shorjan Challa sends his regards, by the way. Charming fellow, wrote his thesis on planetary shielding mechanics.
Was Shorjan willing to trade with you?
Indeed. In fact, we got to talking and he brought an issue to my attention. Shorjan's components will certainly build the core of the Van Drake generator, but he claimed the stress of its operation will soon burn them out. My Van Drake generator... but it will work for a minute at most, before it is destroyed forever.
Your generator's going to be a landmark discovery. Is there nothing we can do?
The Van Drake generator is an impossible machine, Jedi. To make an impossible machine work at all is a scientific marvel. A moment's operation should be enough to win the
Obviously,
symposium.
it's not impossible, because you're making it.
But after that... Forgive me, Jedi. I should double-check Shorjan's calculations. There may be something else I've overlooked.
But this almost sounds like, I wonder when they make games like this, they get like scientific consultants to give them terminology that sounds scientific-y, right? Because it almost sounds like the concept of a like a Carnot engine in engineering. Carnot engine is idealized. I believe Carnot engines are perfectly reversible. Is that right? Carnot engine reversible. The Carnot engine operates on a theoretically highly idealized reversible cycle, meaning all 4 of its component processes can be reversed without leaving net changes to the system or surrounding. Yeah, so Carnot engines are theoretical. They don't exist in real life. They're basically machines that don't have any losses. And when they say reversible, it's basically like, I know that this chart doesn't really mean anything to you, but let's see if I remember all this. So obviously isothermal means that there's no change to the thermal characteristics of the system while it's going from point A to point B. Adiabatic, I think, is no pressure change, right? Adiabatic. I need to also study for my PE exam. relating to or denoting process or condition which heat does not enter or leave. Oh, never mind. Idiomatic. And then isothermal would be no change to... Because I thought that would be the same thing. Isothermal. No change to the temperature. Constant temperature. Okay. So, but at any rate, the point is in a Carnot engine there is no losses. Like they call it reversible because almost like an engine with like a piston in a cylinder, right? In an idealized sense, we would think of this as being perfectly reversible, right? The piston goes up, comes back down, goes back up, comes back down, right? It's like it's reversing itself. The process is like going through one motion, then it's reversing back to the previous position, and then it goes back and forth, back and forth. And our engines do that, right? But they don't do so in the idealized manner that we theorize in a Carnot machine, because there are losses, right? You have heat that escapes out through the cylinder, right? The cylinder can't contain all the heat. Some of the heat heats up the engine block, then the engine block radiates that heat out. You have losses due to friction, right? You reduce as much of the friction as you can by having the cylinder walls, like, well, not the cylinders lubricated. Well, they kind of are. But it's not perfect. You still have friction losses. You have the inertia of the crankcase, the flywheel, that the piston is rotating. So that's going to put some stresses on the ability for the piston to move up and down. So you have losses basically. But when he talks about that his system's impossible and that it'll destroy itself after running it, basically it's kind of along that idea that it's a little bit exaggerated, but basically the idea is that any system that you run, if you were to run an engine or something, then whatever you're putting into that system, you're going to lose some of it. You're not getting all of it back. So there is something that's lost forever, right? And this is almost like an exaggerated version of that, where you're losing the entire machine by running it.
Do you have a moment?
I thought you'd be hard at work.
Oh, it's fine. Everything's absolutely fine. I just spoke to Maven Wetter, head of the Luminatus Club. The symposium's coming up very soon. He said he's heard rumors about my Van Drake generator. Everyone's very excited.
You don't sound especially happy.
I've nearly finished the generator, but Shorjan Chalice was right. When I turn it on, its core will be destroyed. That core is irreplaceable. Meaning, I have no way to test the generator before the symposium. Jedi, to be truly accepted by the scientific community's elite, I can't lose when I'm so close.
You're going to win that symposium, and be written about in scientific journals from here to Geonosis.
My dear Jedi, I can always count on your words of wisdom. I stand poised on the brink. The view is dizzying, but so is the drop.
All right.
Co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and, like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women.
So I heard about this part about this recruiter of women, but I'm not sure who this Daniel Syed guy is. Looks like I'm gonna get some people that have the same name. Oh, wait. Spelled it wrong. Syed. That's said. Okay. So this is the guy we're talking about here. What else is he known for, I wonder? Do we only know him for the files, or does he have a reputation outside of that? Who is Daniel Syed? And you know it's a legitimate website because it's Hindustan Times, okay? The newly released files related to Jeffrey Epstein probe, blah, blah, blah. Syed has attracted a lot of attention over his email exchanges with a French model agent and Epstein associate, Jean-Luc Brunel. Well, no, I assume that he isn't a super duper publicly well-known figure outside of this, because I would expect to see like a Wikipedia article on him. So we don't have that. I wouldn't be surprised if we have one that becomes available in time. I don't think this is the same guy. Ben Syed, no. Because of his connection in the Epstein files, but outside of that, it seems like this guy was a relatively unknown quantity. Syed has attracted a lot of attention over his email exchanges with the French model agent and Epstein associate Jean-Luc Brunel. I've heard this name quite a few times as well, Jean-Luc Brunel. Oh, now this guy's got a freaking Wikipedia page, so you know he's an important person. So he's a French model scout. So that tells me he was probably a model scout, like as a legit model scout outside of whatever he did with Epstein. But it would make sense that Epstein would be connected to him and he would help out with the sex trafficking, because it's like you already work in an industry that has you recruiting attractive women, right? So there's overlap there in terms of like the skill set that you'd be using. Carvine Models, a model agency in France. He founded MC2 Model Management with financing from Jeffrey Epstein, the subject of 60 days, pimping and sexual assault, but now became under scrutiny for his ties to Epstein. In 2019, the French National Police launched an investigation of Brunel after he went into hiding following Epstein's death. He was arrested in 2020. The French prosecutors charged him with rape of minors. However, he hanged himself in his cell. Damn. Everybody be hanging themselves, I guess, if we're assuming that there's no foul play involved. And, I don't know. Seems a little coincidental if you ask me. Okay, so Daniel Syed. Email exchange with French model agent and associate Jean-Luc Brunel. An alleged photo of Syed with the late Hollywood director Woody Allen is also doing the rounds. HT.com. What are these websites? Oh, Hindustan Times. Could not independently verify the authenticity of this photo. In fact, the name Daniel Syed occurs dozens of times in several Epstein documents. So I wonder, this guy as a recruiter for Epstein, I wonder if he was working for this Jean-Luc Brunel person or his associate with him. Then Jean-Luc Brunel kind of used him maybe as his grunt for his illegal operations, kind of in the same way that Donald Trump tends to use grunts to carry out his illegal activities, to kind of give him a level of separation from them. In fact, a simple search across the Department of Justice Epstein Files library reveals that Daniel Syed's name occurs in at least 1,884 times, mostly across data sheets 9 and 10. And so, who is Daniel Syed? Okay. Daniel was a key associate of Jeffrey Epstein, who, along with model agent Jean-Luc Brunel. Oh, it could be the other way around. Maybe Syed was already working for Epstein. And then maybe Syed was put in touch with Jean-Luc Brunel by Epstein, because Jean-Luc Brunel works for a modeling agency and Syed is recruiting for Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just trying to understand which way the relationship goes here. Okay. Along with model agent Jean-Luc Brunel, operated Epstein's trafficking network in Europe. In one of the newly released documents, Syed himself as a Berber Jew in the email to Jean-Luc Brunel dated 2009. I will not disappoint you. You have my Berber Jews word. Okay. He wrote an email tip released part of Epstein Pro, but there's mention of Saeed as a scout for Jean-Luc Brunel. Okay. So maybe it was the initial direction, I thought, where he's working for Brunel. Brunel puts him in touch with Epstein. I don't really know. A recent report by Spanish news, not super important, but Spanish news outlet ARA noted that Saeed is a facilitator of girls for Epstein from Barcelona. In fact, the emails revealed that Daniel Saeed helped Epstein with trafficking from various countries, including Australia, Cuba, and most of Europe. In many of the emails, they also discussed terms of payment for the scouted girls. Okay.
Women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein.
I do wonder, because I feel like I heard this in the past, was Epstein connected to modeling agencies in the U.S.? Because that would make sense how you lure the women in with like, okay, hey, you know, you can come to the U.S., you know, I can line you up with modeling opportunities in the U.S., and that's kind of a way to get their trust. In the U.S. I'm not going to get information this way. But there's this MC2 modeling agency, but it sounds like MC2 is being run by Jean-Luc Brunel out of France. Did Miami modeling agency help Jeffrey Epstein lure minors? Oh, wait. Okay, no, this MC2 modeling agency sounds like it was in Miami. Why MC2? Like, oh, wait, it must be this one. What the fuck? MC2 St. Barth. I feel like this has to be it, right? Because isn't St. Barth associated? Epstein, St. Barth. It sounds terrible the way I pronounce it. St. Barth. Barth. Titled St. Barth's Christmas 2010. St. Barth's. At the party scene in St. Barth's, a Caribbean island near Epstein. So yeah, that's where I heard this from. So is this that same modeling agency, MC2 St. Barth? How is something like this still operating? You would think. Family. I'm wondering, because I'm trying to look for like an about us page. I wonder if a website like this wouldn't even bother doing an about us page anymore, because they're like, we don't want to bring any attention to how we got started. Does anything stand out just by looking at this? I mean, a lot of this looks kind of child coded, right? Like this stuff kind of looks very juvenile coded to me, the fashion style here. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I don't know. Client service, return authorization, fax. I mean, I'm already assuming that this is even the same modeling agency. I mean, how many MC2s are there? Also St. Barth, when it's like the island that was right next door to... It's just, it seems too good to... It seems too coincidental to not be. I will... What is a pre-order? E-gift card? Are we gonna find anything about talent program? That's fucking creepy. I don't even want to think about that. Huh. Okay. Hello, guys. Have some discounts. Based on provided search, there's no direct connection between Italian swimwear fashion brand MC2 St. Barth and Jeffrey Epstein. This must be old. Because this guy was from France? Oh, he's from France, right? I mean, France is not too far from Italy, but MC2 model management. Okay, I guess this founded in 1994. Okay. Well, where does the MC2 come from then? Maybe this is like a St. Barth thing. What the hell is MC2? It's just weird to me that you would have the names seem too close to each other, right? Especially if Jeffrey Epstein is kind of basically in St. Barth. I know he's on an island that's like a neighboring island. And it's a modeling management. MC2 Barth is also a modeling thing, or well, fashion, I guess. I feel like there's got to be a connection. Otherwise, where does this MC2 part come from? That seems like the name seems too on brand. Massimiliano Ferrari and Raphael Norris, who were inspired by vibrant atmosphere and colors of the Caribbean island of St. Barth. What is MC2? What does that mean? What am I missing here? MC2. What does MC2 mean? Overseas Collective France and Caribbean. The MC2 is borrowed from the name of the first. The name combines MC2 representing the first airplane model that flew from St. Barth to St. Martin to St. Barth. Oh, okay, I guess they might have had the same name origin from that. Okay. Why is it even like this up again? Oh, I wanted to know. So MC2, it sounds like MC2 was stationed, or was Miami based? Does this still function? They do still function, I guess. That's wild. Is this the same company? Oh, the phone, they told me to come in after I called. Okay. Anybody here gonna mention Jeffrey Epstein involved in any of this? That's crazy. All right, anyways. It's a bit of a tangent.
Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks...
This might sound really stupid. What is the purpose of asking for a copy of the passport? What does that do for them? Why do they need a copy of the passport? Is it leverage, or do they need it to facilitate travel? I guess maybe to facilitate travel, if they're booking plane flights. I guess that's probably what it is, right?
Asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says,
yeah,
2.
Tickets.
Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body, and then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively, and then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States.
I wonder how they phrase it to, or how they pose it to the women. Because I could see them going like, oh, you know, because he's a modeling, he works for a modeling agency, like an actual one, and he's a recruiter for them. I wonder if he frames it as, okay, you know, you seem like I don't mean attractive like you're physically attractive. I mean, obviously, right? They probably are because they're models, but I mean more like an attractive candidate. Like, we're looking to hire you, but you know, I want you to come do a modeling shoot in the British Virgin Islands, which probably sounds pretty standard fare for someone that's into modeling, right? Let's go to a tropical area and do some photo shoots or something. I wonder if that's how he frames it to the women to get them to go over there, you know, and then whatever happens from there on.
Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who in jail, but no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around, even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because some...
I also heard that Pam Bondi's dumbass, her agency that she's running or whatever, they also released some images that were, not properly censored for nudity. So I didn't look into the details of that too much. I imagine some of those might have been minors in there, I guess. Again, I didn't really read into the details. I don't care to see those. I mean, I've seen enough already. Not like that, but I mean, just in terms of all the bad shit in all of this Epstein files stuff.
Sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name, or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim, because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein.
This is illegal, by the way. They're not supposed to censor out any of the I don't know, you would call them suspects, I guess. I don't know if they'd technically be legally referred to as suspects, but they're only supposed to protect the identity of victims. I think that's in the actual bill from Congress. Epstein, I don't know what the fuck the bill's called. Epstein Files Congress Bill. Okay, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. to publish all unclassified records. But here's a little bit of an issue. All unclassified. And I think, doesn't the president have authority to classify records? I don't remember hearing about this part, and I wonder now. Well, hold on. Typically, this would be the case. The president has the authority to classify records, I believe. But prior to this bill being passed, the Trump administration wrapped up all investigations relating to the Epstein files and said that they were done with it, right? And I think that this creates a technicality, maybe. I don't know what the specific laws here would be. But I think this creates a technicality where it's weird for them to say that these files would be classified if they had already wrapped up the investigation and said that there's nothing else, nothing more to be done, so to speak. So for them to like retroactively go back and then classify these records, there would be a big question, which is, well, wait a second, why did you reclassify these later on? Obviously it looks suspicious. I don't know if there's legal ramifications there. Because the question I have in my mind is basically, Donald Trump's trying to protect these people and protect himself. Why wouldn't he just classify everything in these files? Now, I know that they've been redacting stuff, right? But does that count? Because people have brought up issues with the redactions. Members of Congress, legal experts. There's probably a Legal Eagle video on this. Maybe I should watch at some point in time. Because I am wondering, I was under the impression that they shouldn't be able to redact anything more than protection for the victims. But what actual like law or statute or constitutional authority or constitutional limitation would make it so that the president can't simply just classify all this shit anyways and then have the legal pretext to censor all of this, censor suspects' names and stuff without it actually being a violation of the law? All right, all unclassified records, document, communications, investigation materials in DOJ's possession that relate to the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein. This includes materials that relate to Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs, travel records, individuals named or referenced, including government officials in connection with the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein. DOJ is permitted to withhold certain information, such as personal information of victims and materials that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. So here's the issue here. They can redact victims. They're specifically calling that out. Okay, understandable, right? Especially since a lot of them are underage, like girls who probably have like nude photos and stuff. Like you can't really have that posted publicly. Or materials that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. But the Trump administration, prior to the passage of this bill, said that they had concluded they were all done, no more investigations, all the investigations are wrapped up. So there should not be any active federal investigations associated with any of this. So none of the materials should be, none of them should be redacted due to this stipulation here. If the administration's being honest, which obviously they're not. Additionally, not later than 15 days after required publication, DOJ must report to Congress all categories of information released and withheld, a summary of any redactions made, and a list of all government officials and publicly or politically exposed individuals named or referenced in the published materials. Now, this is the issue that a lot of people have, which is that a lot of the individuals that are named or referenced have been redacted when they're not victims. They don't appear to be victims, which is kind of what CoffeeZilla is touching on. So what is the justification for the Trump administration doing that? And the only thing I can think about is if they decide that it's classified, and I think the president has authority over this. I don't think, I could be wrong. Yeah, I think this is just a summary of the bill. This isn't the actual text of the bill. Oh, here's the text. This isn't terribly long. Okay. So we have to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice related to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House assembled. Section 1, short title. Okay. In general. In general. That in general word is probably doing a lot of heavy lifting. Not later than 30 days. Oh, man. I wasn't aware of this. I don't... See, the reporting that I've got, they don't really specify stuff like this. And I mean, I already know that I shouldn't trust the general public to understand stuff like this. When this says in general, this is like a, what you call this? A conditional, almost. Not later than 30 days, because there's issues where people are saying they're violating the law by not releasing the files on time. But then you have this part here that says in general, which I imagine actually gives them an out, because they could probably reference this and say, the part where it said that we're supposed to release them within 30 days, it has a qualifier that says in general. What counts as in general? Subjective, probably. The Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B. Where's subsection B at? This one? No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on basis. Okay. Now this makes sense. Okay. So the in general part, that qualifier is further specified by this subsection. So no record shall be held, delayed, or redacted on basis of it can't be withheld on the basis of embarrassment or reputational harm or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. However, what this doesn't say is that the Trump administration can probably legally argue that their delays don't run afoul of the law, but for the reason that they might cite that, we had so many documents to go through, and that's why we couldn't release it on time. And that wouldn't violate the subsection B, because the rationale for the delay wouldn't relate to embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity. Granted, I have no reason to believe that this administration is in good faith or honest. I'm just saying, if they want a legal rationale, they could probably use that as a legal rationale. Okay, anyways. Make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including Federal Bureau of Investigation, United States Attorney's offices that relate to 1. Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigation, prosecutions, and custodial matters, and Ghislaine Maxwell. And 3, flight logs of travel, including but not limited to manifest itineraries, pilot records, customs, immigration documentation for any aircraft, vessel, vehicle owned operator used by Jeffrey Epstein or any related entity. What does this mean? What does this mean from a legal context? Because there's ambiguity here, and this is something that I can imagine the Trump administration using to their benefit. Number 4, individuals, including government officials, named, reference, in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity, or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. So this might be an answer to this, any related entities. It might be this number 4 here. Number 5, entities, corporate, non-profit, academic, governmental, with known or alleged ties to efforts, trafficking, and financial networks. Okay, well, these things are probably laying out what counts as a related entity. Any immunity deals, non-prosecution deals, plea bargains, or settlements involving or his associates, internal DOJ communications, including emails related to him and his associates. All communications, memorandums, or laws concerning destruction, deletion, alteration, or electronic data released by Epstein and associates. Okay. Number 9, documentation of Epstein's detention or death, prohibited grounds for withholding, permitted withholdings. Oh, okay. I didn't even see this part. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that contain personal identifier of victims or victims' personal or medical records, similar files and disclosures of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Depict or contain sexual abuse material, CSAM, okay. Would jeopardize an active federal investigation. This shouldn't count towards anything because their administration said that there are no, they've wrapped up all investigations. Or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. But I don't think there's any ongoing prosecutions either. I think Ghislaine Maxwell's was the last one. D, depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of any person. E, contain information specifically authorized under certain under criteria established by an executive. Hold on. Contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by executive order to be kept sacred. This right here. This is a poison pill. I haven't heard anybody in the media talk about this. This basically gives the president carte blanche to redact anything that he wants. Because it's so vague, and the Trump administration has already shown that they use the pretext of national defense and foreign policy for fucking everything and anything. It's so overly broad. How do you establish that something doesn't fall under these two parameters here? What does it mean? Actually, maybe there is like a legal definition for these things. I don't know. Like, sometimes I see stuff like this and I just think to myself, like, this is why. Because they if I'm being charitable, they assume too much good faith on behalf of the executive branch, or if I'm being uncharitable, they purposely put stuff like this in there to give themselves, like, the ability to escape accountability for things. Oh my god. I haven't heard anybody mention this, but like this alone right here is probably what's going to allow them to redact anything they fucking want, and all they have to do is point back to this part of the bill and say, hey, look. Now the issue though, the only issue here is I'm not aware of any actual executive orders that have been issued regarding this. So any of the files that have been released so far, I don't think that they can point to any executive orders that would give them the pretext to redact anything that we haven't already mentioned up above here. I'm not familiar with it. I haven't seen the media report on anything, so I'm curious if there is any executive order that they could use as justification here, because I don't think that they can. I don't think the Trump administration can put forth a new executive order that would like retroactively explain why they redacted stuff so far. I don't know if that would even hold up in court. I don't know. Okay, number 2. All redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. Now, I mean, there is this part that even if they satisfy any of these provisions for redacting information, there still needs to be a record of what those redactions are and why that Congress should be made aware of. Of course, the current Congress is run by the Republican Party, though. So how far does that get us? I'm not really sure. Number 3, to the extent that any covered information would otherwise be redacted or withheld as classified information under this section, the Attorney General shall declassify that classified information to the maximum extent possible. What the fuck does this mean? Sounds pretty subjective. A, if the Attorney General makes a determination that covered information may not be declassified and made available in a manner that protects the national security of the determination. Oh wait, no, this is the national security of the United States, including methods or sources related to national security, The Attorney General shall release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information. Hold on. If the Attorney General makes a determination that covered information may not be declassified and made available in a manner that protects the national security of the United States. If they determine that it may not be declassified in a manner that protects national security, including methods or sources related to national security. Okay, this one's a little confusing to me. I'm not sure if they're saying here that the determination must be in reference to national security, or if they're saying here that any determination that isn't citing a national security interest. If I'm reading this correctly, makes a determination that cover information may not be declassified in a manner. All right, I don't know. I'm going to table that for now. Number 4, all decisions to classify any covered information after July 1st, 2025 shall be published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. All decisions to classify, including this data class. Okay. Report to Congress. Within 15 days of completion of release under Section 2, the Attorney shall submit to the House and Senate on judicial reporting a listing of all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including legal basis. I wonder if this has been occurring or not. I wonder if they've actually been giving Congress a record of this. And I believe, I'm not 100% sure on this, I believe that this record with Congress, I don't think that this could be fucked around with. And so even if the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress right now do some funky stuff, I believe this record will still be there when Democrats come into office. But they might be banking on the idea that, oh, it won't matter by then because everybody will be pardoned, and the Republicans that are currently involved, they'll be retired or whatever it may be, so they don't really care. All right, number 3. A list of all government officials and the people involved with no redact permitted under subsection B1. Okay, I'm assuming that's submitted to Congress as well. Okay.
Is involved, right? And it says we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image.
I don't know. What does 38 mean? Is that a slang term? I don't know. Someone who is mad or angry. We need to work around your 38. I don't know what that means. Iron's usually used as a derogatory. Oh, that's Chinese. Balls deep. We need to work around your balls deep. Adapted from Leet Speak. A name refers to popular firearm calibers. Someone who is mad or angry. It's a number, obviously. But what is the I don't know what this 38 thing means. You need to work around your 38.
As a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And some.
I do wonder sometimes with these redactions, like with the mistakes that have been made with it, I wonder if there's a lot of members in the DOJ working on this who are intentionally leaving stuff like this, leaving breadcrumbs, leaving ways for people to figure out what's in them because they realize, like, this cover-up we're involved in isn't okay. Or if it's incompetence or a rush job. It could be any one of those three. I don't really know.
Sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status.
All right, it's getting late as fuck. I need to speed this up. So let me do that.
For some reason, and then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this, like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stablecoin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square. I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. There's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying the redactions, like the way they did this is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his we're going to crush the trafficking narrative. Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary of...
Keep in mind, too, if you're not aware of this, Bannon became kind of a popular figure when he was the editor of Breitbart. And when he was the editor of Breitbart was like at the early days of the MAGA movement and even a little bit before that with Gamergate. And his whole thing was he wanted to mainstream the alt-right, right? And the alt-right was obsessed with these conspiracies around global elite cabals and pedo trafficking rings. So Steve Bannon was riding that movement, feeding that movement, right, of people conspiratorially trying to chase after like these globalist sex trafficking rings. Meanwhile, Steve Bannon seems to have been a fixer for a man operating a sex trafficking ring. So it seems to me what was going on here is they were selectively feeding a right-wing conspiratorial audience information about what they themselves were a part of, but weaponizing it to point the finger at everybody else, to point it at the Democratic Party, to point it at the mainstream media, to point it at mainstream culture, to point it at some vague global elites who were everybody but themselves. It's so wild to me how arrogant these people were, that they were basically leaving breadcrumbs about their own malfeasance because they were convinced that they would never actually get caught for it or that they would ever face any consequences for it. They were so comfortable leaving breadcrumbs about what they themselves were doing. Think about how, like, for your average person committing a crime, how they don't want to leave any evidence whatsoever because they're afraid that that's going to create a paper trail or a breadcrumb trail that's going to eventually lead back to them. People will start connecting the dots leading back to them. They were just voluntarily kind of spreading it out there or reinforcing it or encouraging people that were trying to look into it, knowing the entire time that they themselves were involved in this shit. It's crazy.
About Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey...
And like, we don't I mean, I'm glad people are talking about it now, but like, how is this not a bigger conversation? Steve Bannon was basically like the PR and like rhetoric messaging go-to person for the Trump campaign and the early, Trump administration, Trump 1.0. And this is the guy that was working with Jeffrey Epstein to rehabilitate his image over pedophile accusations. And we all just treat it like it's just another Tuesday. It's insane.
Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video. Like,
Republicans have made our entire country outraged over much less than this. They capture the entire media ecosystem. They capture the entire public discourse over much less. But look at all of this shit here for the largest sex trafficking ring in America, like in world history, basically. And the media attention to it, the public discourse and pop culture penetration is so much less. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Like an apology, like an old school.
I don't know what it's gonna take, Now, I don't want to be too doomerish, because it does actually seem like liberal alternative media and media that's starting to penetrate the public consciousness and conversation. It's amping up. You have people like CoffeeZilla. You have people like Papa Gut. It might sound weird me saying someone like Papa Gut, but understand part of what made the right-wing media ecosystem so effective is that they were combining casual, relatable commentary with politics and social ideology in a way that didn't seem like just ordinary political content, right? And so CoffeeZilla is someone who does finance crime content. That's his main claim to fame. But he's crossing over to also cover politics. Papa Gut is mainly a drama slop YouTuber, but he injects a little bit of political propaganda in there. Not in a bad way, in a neutral way. Basically you're spreading your ideology, your ideas, and so that's what I mean by propaganda in this context. So all of this is promising. We're getting cultural penetration. We're liberal talking points. Liberal politics is not just something for political commentators and people who are terminally online when it comes to politics like myself, but stuff that reaches a more broader audience. But we are way behind on this.
2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, he says, do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says, if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does at YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight. To which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein should it be an interview format, interviewed by me. They start talking about how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. Their brainstorm, how do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this.
And the crazy thing is, Steve Bannon has been at conservative conferences. He's been in the rounds of other right-wing media figures. He's probably been on Joe Rogan. I wouldn't even be surprised at that, right? Joe Rogan's probably giving him sloppy toppy. Knowing Joe Rogan. Why are we pretending like this shit's okay or normal? Let's see, did he ever have Steve Bannon on? Okay. Okay, well there's that. I'll give Rogan some credit there, I guess. Alright. But and I bet that Steve Bannon still, right now, I bet you even right now, he's still probably in right-wing power broker circles, influencing talking points and rhetoric, and still being treated. I bet you he is. I bet you he's not being ostracized over this shit. And we treat it like it's okay and it's normal.
Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place.
Holy shit, imagine if Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Biden had somebody who was simply just suspected of being involved in some child sex trafficking operation. Imagine how your normie people out there on the street, all these young men that try to pretend like they're centrists and moderates and everything, would be talking about it like, well, at least I'm not Hillary Clinton. Well, we all know that the Democrats were involved in some shady stuff with the pedophiles, and like they'd be making the little wisecracking jokes and stuff like that. But like, you have all this shit attached to Trump and the right wing, and like all these men who pretend like they're moderate, like they're centrist, like they just call balls and strikes, like they're both siders and everything. They have nothing to fucking say. They don't have anything to fucking say about this shit. It's fucking crazy.
Gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that, to be clear. I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who, at this point, has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along, though, anyways, and he films this documentary. Now, what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary, and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things. So part of the
why threat of AI and climate change? That makes me think that they were trying to rehabilitate the image to some degree with more liberal left-wing audiences, because their own base of like right-wing voters don't give a shit about climate change or the threat of AI. Maybe I'm wrong. No, because he says threat of climate change. Yeah. So they might have been trying to rehabilitate his image across the political divide, I guess. That's what I get
of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a future, but we must redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that like they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see
Bannon is a lot of things, 100%. But you are bullish, you are committing political malpractice if you do not recognize that Bannon genuinely does have a knack for and understands rhetoric, image, messaging, influencing the way that people think and talk about stuff. He does. This conversation about like, you may not really fully understand or pick up on the subtleties of like, what he's mentioning here about how you want to talk about more than just Jeffrey Epstein making an apology over the sex trafficking stuff, right? You want to make it larger than that. There's something like subtle going. I understand it intuitively, and I'm trying to think about how to convey it to an audience here, why that's effective. Why is that effective? There's like multiple reasons. One of them is that you don't want to overly fixate on the worst part of Epstein. You want to convey, or you want to build him up to the general public as being defined, not simply being defined by the sex trafficking, to be defined as something larger than that, being defined as something that brings value to people, right? And if that value is, oh, this is somebody who is a powerful, influential person, and so their opinion carries a lot of weight on XYZ issue, right? Why is Bannon also trying to expand the interview to talk about the threat of AI and the threat of climate change? Okay, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, who is that for? What is the audience for that? It strikes me because the audience that Bannon is typically trying to target are right-wing voters for most of the stuff that he does. And right-wing voters don't believe that climate change is real, or they don't think it's a serious threat. At this time period, when these messages were written, I think this is what, 2018-ish or so. The threat of AI wasn't even a huge topic among the right, or even the left all that much. I'm trying to think about who the audience would be. The only thing that I could potentially think about is something like the Lex Fridman podcast, where a lot of the stuff that the Lex Fridman podcast was talking about at the time was AI. And so maybe they were trying to leverage like that pseudo-intellectual kind of libertarian right-wing audience that was getting picked up by people like Lex Fridman. Maybe that's what they were going for. Or to pick up some of these tech bros, right, that would be thinking about topics like this in 2018. Since 2018, he has hosted the Lex Fridman podcast. What a coincidence, right? When were these emails from?
And to quote in Bannon's work, that can't be redeemed. Can't.
When is this?
Redeem the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the
Epstein, Bannon, interview. When was this? When was this interview filmed? When did they talk about this? Text message shows Steve Bannon bragged. Okay. In May 2019. Okay, so this is well after you have the Lex Fridman podcast. So see, the point I'm making is the astuteness of Bannon when it comes to knowing how to manipulate media cycles, knows how to manipulate different audiences. Around that time, 2019, you probably have what's a growing like tech bro online discourse that is forming. And Bannon is probably looking to, okay, can we at least start sowing the seeds of Jeffrey Epstein being a relatable figure to this audience that is starting to be cultivated? Do you understand? Do you understand? And these things, like Bannon is probably thinking of this kind of like I am, where it's like it's at like a intuitive subliminal level where you don't have to like sit there and break down exactly what the logic is. You kind of just feel it after a while. It becomes a bit of an art. You have to not respect Steve Bannon, not look up to him, not think that he's a great figure. Understand his skill at media manipulation and propaganda so that you can counter it and so that you can use some of the lessons that you learned from how he does it to make your own messaging more effective.
the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, Cat Bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculation.
Kind of a similar thing to here. This is probably designed to appeal to like the online audience that's into like these how would I phrase this? It's like the Dave Ramsey audience of people who are like want to perceive themselves as like business-minded, sophisticated, listening to all these podcasts where they bring on business professionals. I feel like that's what this is meant to appeal to here. 2019, I'm trying to remember because by 2019, you already have a lot of people on the right wing who know about Epstein. Like, by a few years now at this point. Because I remember them talking about the whole Epstein stuff probably around 2015 at least. So this is like 4 years down the line. Question is, how do you skew those people over? And maybe that's why this is framed or this is structured this way, because that audience is hard. You're gonna have a hard. It's gonna be a huge uphill battle to humanize, normalize, rationalize Jeffrey Epstein's character in front of that like right wing, anti Pedo Island audience, for lack of a better way of phrasing it. But instead, they're trying to cater to a slightly different audience that maybe, I was going to say the well hasn't been poisoned for yet, but poisoning the well implies that you are unfairly characterizing someone as bad. But in this case, it would be legitimate. But the point is that the online tech bros and like the business personal help bros, those communities online, I didn't really see that they were talking as much about like all this pedophile, globalist cabal stuff as much. So maybe what Bannon sees here is, okay, well, this is an audience that maybe is a little bit more amiable to this narrative that we're trying to spin about Epstein. And so maybe that's why it's structured in this regard.
Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got into this prestigious Rockefeller board.
I mean, even to the point too, in chat here, our good friend Abiru brought up, right? Which is like the way that Rogan and stuff are trying to rationalize it right now. Nick Fuentes, I know they've talked about, I've heard at least, about trying to frame it as, okay, well, these aren't children. These are more like, you know, teenagers, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. Like, is it really that bad? Guys, actually, it's technically not pedophilia. It's a hebephilia, so it's a totally different thing, like that kind of thing. Those talking points, I used to see people on 4chan make those distinctions, like the libertarians, right? And now I'm starting to wonder, like, were these talking points something that Bannon and Epstein and whatever their little circle were starting to come up with and disseminate around that time? I don't really know. I don't have any evidence of that, but I would not be surprised learning what we've learned now about how behind the scenes they've been trying to, like, kind of push these narratives for such a long time. And those would have been, like, seeds that were sown a long time ago that are barely now starting to germinate in mainstream political discourse among Rogan, among, fortunate to say, Nick Fuentes, Megyn Kelly, right?
Board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson.
Richard Branson, I mean, don't we also have like a lot of pictures of Richard Branson? Not to say that Richard Branson specifically was dating like underage women or anything, but isn't he often always times like hanging out with young women? Yeah, isn't that kind of like his brand? Now, when I say young, I don't mean like underage, but I still mean like definitely way younger than he is. So, I mean, it's almost like the signs were there all along, right? And we just didn't really pay attention to it. What the hell is this? What the fuck? Is this real? Okay, whatever.
The famous billionaire, he was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a pinch of free women. But
wait a second. What is this here? I appreciate your public relations thoughts, too. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee... Thorborn Jaglin will be staying in New York with me the week of. Huh. I'm thinking about, oh wait, this is too Richard Branson. I'm thinking about the stuff like, you know, Donald Trump's obsession with the Nobel Peace Prize. I wonder if there's any sort of connection here. Some of this message is cut off, so I don't know what the entire context is. I'll copy Peter Norris. Transactions you recommend. We definitely should be using all information we gain worldwide to trade currencies and trade oil. If you find anybody recommend for this, it's kind of crazy too that like the schemes that they're involved in is like cartoonish. It's all too on the nose. It's like, oh, why are we doing this? We're doing this so we could trade currencies, trade oil, and sex traffic underage girls. You know, it's like the plot to like a cheesy villain movie. These aren't even like super original. These are just like they're They're way too on the nose, but I mean, it seems to be what the case is, that it actually is.
But there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving
the
him
most
PR
obvious
advice.
cliche.
How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately,
Motivations.
I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Letnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Letnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit.
Well, when he said seeing him, he meant like, you know, they did a video chat. They had a meeting on Microsoft Teams. I wouldn't put it past them to say some stupid shit like this. They'll just say anything.
But now let's talk about Prince
with
Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something, but either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy.
This is after his initial convictions. How are you going to say this? How do you sanitize this? The horrible way you've been treated in the press and public, you mean because he sex trafficked underage girls? But I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. I've had plenty of experience, though, of course, not on this scale. The only thing I could think of potentially is if I'm trying to be charitable to Chomsky, that he wasn't aware of the stuff that Epstein was involved in. It's just hard to believe. How are you not aware? A Google search will bring up tons of hysterical accusations of all sorts, even groups devoted to vilifying me. Maybe he's just too conspiracy-minded. Maybe his whole concept around manufacturing consent actually led him to believe, like, oh, you know, these sensational narratives are just designed to manufacture consent. So I don't trust them. I don't believe them, right? Maybe. Trying to be charitable here, but I don't know about that. Even groups devoted to vilifying me. 2019. Were there accusations of Chomsky around 2019? Chomsky accusations. Documents in early have brought, so okay, that's what I'm looking for something a little bit earlier. The Farson criticized for signing a petition defending the right to free speech of French historian who was convicted of Holocaust denial. Okay. Empodian genocide denial. Anti-Semitism in Israel. But I mean, were there any like accusations of like sexual harassment or anything along those lines? That's what I'm curious about. Suffered massive. Then he owned a home in Westerman's native country, Wasserman. Continued his recovery friendship with Epstein. Okay. I'm not seeing anything about accusations that existed before the Epstein files got released. I don't know what he means when he says. What the vultures dearly experience other than case of close friend. What the vultures dearly want is public response, which then provides public opening for the onslaught of venomous attacks, many from the publicity seekers or cranks of all sorts, which are impossible to answer. How do you prove that you're not a neo-Nazi? Oh, that's what he's talking about. He's had accusations of anti-Semitism for a long time. So that's probably what he was referring to when he was talking about devoted to vilifying me. That's particularly true now with the hysteria that developed around the abuse of women, which has reached the point that even questioning a charge is a crime worse than murder. No, it's not, you fucking histrionic fuck. I didn't know about this. I didn't know Chomsky got brain broken over like the Me Too stuff. I don't remember that, or I don't. Maybe he's talking about something else. For virtually everyone who sees any of this, the reaction will be, well, there's smoke, there's fire, maybe raging fire. I mean, yeah, but that's fair, right? What do you expect? Whatever the facts, which few will even think of investigating. In general, it's best, I think, not to react unless directly questioned. Okay.
Buddy Jeffrey Epstein, he says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. No. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot.
What no one's mentioned yet is why both Kimball Musk and Elon Musk. And something that kind of makes me wonder here is their father, right? What's his dad's name again? Elon Musk's dad? Errol Musk? Errol Musk married like his stepdaughter. Elon Musk on dating his stepdaughter, Jaina Bezuidenhout, and having 2 children together. How old was she? She was probably like in her 20s or something? And it was his stepdaughter. So like, there's a lot of weird shit running in the family here, and I wonder if Errol Musk was associated with Jeffrey Epstein before Kimball and Elon ever knew Epstein. That's the question that I have. Errol Musk's estranged father weighed in on his son's public feud with Donald Trump with false allegations regarding Jeffrey Epstein files. He said, make sure this fizzles out. Epstein files and Trump. Eller expressed that the delay in releasing of files is likely because they involve too many important people. The reports on the Epstein file issue come against backdrop of severe estrangement between Errol and Elon. It was reported that Errol was accused of child sexual abuse involving multiple children and stepchildren, allegations he denied. I mean, look at his kids. Look at him marrying his own stepdaughter. What do you think? You know? The feud arose in 2025 when Elon Musk alleged on X that Donald Trump... Okay. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if he has connections with Epstein that we don't know about yet.
And then in all caps...
Because it seems mighty convenient that both Elon and Kimball were also associated... Both of them were associated with Epstein. And their dad is also into this kind of underage shit. Maybe not necessarily underage, but like... inappropriate relationships with women. And I don't know, to me it seems more likely than not that there's probably something more there than what we've seen so far.
Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's...
So why redact the name if you guys are going to show it anyways? I wonder if it's intentional again. Do you have members in the DOJ who are intentionally trying to leak breadcrumbs? Or is it incompetence? Or is it a rush job?
She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails, and all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jin's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jin's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jin's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jin, London. Kimball, Jin, London to Morocco.
This is weird to me. So they're posting all of these free dates, but it looks like they've already got her scheduled to meet with Kimball all these other days. Am I reading this correctly? Because it's like she's already with him most of the fucking time anyways. Well, this one has a question mark, I guess. Break free, not discussed? Are they trying to, like, any free time that she has needs to also go to this fucking slime ball as well?
Question mark. Then she has a break, and then it's Jin, Kimball, St. Bart's, assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this.
Oh, that
maybe,
was to Elon?
I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being intro to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations, we're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro, he's a longevity expert, and actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's going to come into play here in a second because
I've heard his name before. Peter Attia. Is it Attia or Attia? I never really knew who he was, though. I just heard the name before. What's his whole thing? What the hell is longevity researcher? What does that mean? Like your ability to stay in shape while you're old? Is that what that means? The Science and Art of Longevity is a nonfiction health and wellness book authored a physician specialized in longevity, co-written by journalist Bill Guilford. Aspects of longevity. Outlook presents a guide to preventing age-related diseases and promoting longevity through lifestyle change. Okay.
Oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment. Afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell us all? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell us all the secrets or the life that
Peter
Epstein
Attia
leads? And we get
maintaining
another
his
redacted
longevity
photo,
with that
right?
adrenochrome.
And then some more images,
right?
and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein...
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That when guys like talk about like women like this, other guys, like it just seems so fucking low class and gross to me. That's weird. I don't talk like that about women with other guys. I might tell another guy like, oh, that girl's pretty hot, she's cute, I like her, whatever. Outside of that, I'm not gonna be like, I don't know, just it's fucking gross. I don't know if you guys saw that message. It was like, pussy is low carb. I don't even like to refer to it as pussy. Pussy I don't like that word. It just sounds so fucking, I don't know, like infantilizing. I always kind of thought it sounded that way. Objectifying. It's just weird. It's just, I don't know. That kind of talking like that always just comes off to me as like thuggish and low rent.
is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, you know, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, yes. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. You know, what do you do? Yes, well, besides that, you know, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged.
We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Okay, so while he was reading this, I was thinking to myself, okay, I can understand maybe they don't have evidence enough to charge people with crimes. Because yes, you look at these messages, they imply something, but they're not actually like definitive evidence of anything, right? But when they say here, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation, that's the part that is what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's fishy, it's weird, it's bad, right? Because an investigation is not charges, an investigation is not a conviction, investigation is not a trial, investigation is just, the standard for that should be, do we have enough to want to look deeper, to start subpoenaing other records, to go interview people, right? And they're saying everything that they had there wasn't even enough for them to want to dig deeper? That's weird. Why not? The systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. And now, quote unquote, client list, I don't know if and I don't even know when people say this, I don't know if there's ever a actual like list of clients where it's like, oh, number 1, you know, Donald Trump, number 2, Errol Musk, number 3, Elon, number 4, Pedo, right? Number 5, Woody Allen, number 6, Chomsky, right? There's probably not a list like that. But I think when people say client list, it's more like just the idea that through the overall documentation that exists, there should be like a list that you can generate of people that were involved or clients of Jeffrey Epstein. I think that's the idea. And so for them to say that the systemic revealed no incriminating client list. I mean, in a technical sense, incriminating in the sense that charges couldn't be filed, maybe. But incriminating as in, like, it gives the impression that there's something wrong there. No, if that's the case, like in a more general sense of the word, then this seems completely like dishonest here. A systemic review would reveal that there is information in the files that heavily implies that there are clients of Jeffrey Epstein's, right? This terminology, what's written here, when was this developed, I wonder? Was this written under the Trump administration? Was this written during the Biden administration? Did he mention that before?
Third parties, and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence, at least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I'm not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded.
And right there, he's basically reiterating what I was saying, which is that, yes, I understand. It's understandable. And what we have here doesn't actually mention a specific crime, because they are, they are using vague language or code speak, right? Yes. But there does seem more than enough here to justify there being a deeper investigation. And why did that not happen? That's the big question.
To this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any party.
Yeah. Yeah, and Obir, just let you know, I am seeing your stuff in chat. Appreciate you writing that. Yeah, I agree with a lot of this. So, But anyways, let's continue on here.
That said, I apologize for putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. You know, he addresses some of the things, and he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk. Whatever.
By the way, I mean, I see that there's 3 of you here. I don't think you were here when I was looking at this. I just want you guys to know something. I talked about this earlier in the video, but I want you to know something. Epstein files bill. I haven't heard many other people talk about this. Maybe it's been reported and I just haven't seen it. But if you look at the actual text of the bill that was passed by Congress, you hear a lot of talk about the bill giving, you know, this 30-day timeline. But that 30-day timeline has the qualifier that it's in general. So there are qualifiers here that allow for them to exceed this 30-day timeline in a like technical legal sense. And I was reading this earlier and I was a little bit annoyed and concerned because some of this language I feel like can potentially give the Trump administration an out. So for example, no record shall be withheld due to redacted on the basis of reputational harm. Okay. So permitted withholdings. I haven't really heard anybody in the media talk about this. The bill right here specifies that there are things that you can withhold from the release of the documents. These are ones that are specifically permitted. And some of these include, okay, the victim's personal information, understandable, right? CSAM, I think everybody understands that. Would jeopardize an active federal investigations. There's not supposed to be any more federal investigations. Those are supposed to all be wrapped up, according to the Trump administration. Or ongoing persecutions or prosecutions. They said that they're not proceeding with any charges, so none of these should apply. Depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of another person. Okay, yeah, whatever. Contain information specifically authorized under... Okay, here's the part that concerns me. E right here. Contains information specifically authorized under certain criteria by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. An executive order is issued by the executive branch. It doesn't require a congressional bill to issue one of these. That's a concerning thing, is that it's up to the discretion of the president. The president can release an executive order and say, oh, we're going to redact all of this stuff out of the release, and we're citing national defense and foreign policy. And the public wouldn't know. I don't think the public would have any way to know which redactions are being redacted for this reason. The one caveat for this is that any redactions that are made must be accompanied by written justification submitted to Congress. Congress should have a record of why, but the general public may not be aware of some of these redactions if there's an executive order that is allowing the administration to use this section E, or whatever you want to call it, subsection E, whatever the fuck they call these. And this is what concerns me, because the language here is probably so general and based on Supreme Court precedent ruling, especially like United States versus Donald Trump. I'm not confident that the Trump administration can't use this as legal pretext to redact a shitload of stuff, honestly for arbitrary reasons, but just claim that it's for national defense and foreign policy reasons. And because the Congress is currently under the Republican control, they're not incentivized to be good faith about this. And so we, the public, may not know about any bad faith redactions that are citing these things. Now, the only other thing that I'll say about this is that I'm not familiar with any executive orders that have come out that would be referenced here. But I'm also I'm not keeping track of every executive order. I don't know if the media has reported on anything. So that's worth exploring further. I don't know if anyone's looked into this. I wonder if there are any executive orders that have been issued that would be used as pretext for this. I don't know. And I'm curious too. I'm not sure. I always assume that this is the case, but I wonder if all executive orders have to be publicly available. Need to be public. Virtually all numbered executive orders are published. Okay, so we have a, would this be an adjective? This is important. Virtually all numbered executive order. What the fuck does that mean? Are there unnumbered executive orders that aren't public? Are published in the Federal Register and available to the public. While Federal Register Act of 1936 generally mandates the publication for orders with legal effect, exceptions exist for classified national security related. Hi, Lisa. Do you see what's going on here? The text of this specifically cites national security interest. Where was that at? Where's E? I'm dyslexic, guys. National security defense. Okay, and then we find out here, executive orders related to national security may be classified. So we may not even know that there are executive orders that the Trump administration is using in order to redact stuff and not run afoul of the actual bill that was passed. I view this as like a poison pill in the bill. And I haven't heard anybody talk about this. So, you know, just keep that in mind. That's pretty crazy shit.
Whatever that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history. A little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, you know, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction, because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges in 2018. I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter and Tia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, you know, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, you know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you got to provide therapy to, you know, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, you know, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive. And he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he kind of, it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. You know, he's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, you know, it's tragic and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel not.
How would that even, Ayrton, how do you pronounce this? Ayrton? I don't know. Cardiac arrest happened on Tuesday, but I did not come home to San Diego. Did his son pass away? I don't think I'm getting that from here, right? But he just had cardiac arrest. Either way, this is a super serious medical event. Even the excuse of I can't come because I'm working is not acceptable. It's not. But I'm assuming what he's getting at is that he wasn't at work. He was out there partying with Jeffrey Epstein, I suppose, which is even worse. Like, holy fucking shit. What a fucking piece of shit.
Nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that, and I was like, well, you know, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, you know, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy?
Obiru, wasn't he also the one that interrogated Ghislaine Maxwell and gave her better conditions in prison for it? Oh, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Attorney General's under Trump's thumb too, right? Yeah, that's the way the U.S. legal system kind of functions, and especially that was recent Supreme Court precedents under the Trump administration. There used to be a little bit of a level of separation between the Attorney General and the President, but that was never specifically clarified in law. It was kind of just a tradition that was honored. And once the Trump administration started kind of violating that separation, they were sued on it, and it went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court kind of reaffirmed that connection between Trump and the Attorney General. They can go ahead and, be like this, right? And was he the one that interrogated Ghislaine Maxwell and gave her a better condition for prison? I forget who was the person that visited. I want to say, I could be wrong about this. I don't even think it was his Attorney General. I think it was like his lawyer or some shit. Hold on. Trump lawyer visits Ghislaine. The DOJ meets with Ghislaine for a second day. Okay, so it is the DOJ. Todd Blanche. So Todd Blanche, second highest ranking Justice Department official. What would that title be? Todd Blanche. Deputy Attorney General. So he's one below the Attorney General. But the connection between Todd Blanche and Trump, I think that's where I got it from. I think he was his personal lawyer. Oh, and this is, I just realized right now, because this guy's been in the news recently, this is the piece of shit that was out there telling the media that there will be no more prosecutions or investigations, despite all of the stuff that's been released recently. Who has served as the 14th, okay. Brooklyn Law, okay. U.S. Attorney, Co-Chief, okay. Private practice, who represents clients including Igor Fruman, Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort was someone who worked with Donald Trump. Manafort and his business associates, Rick Gates, were indicted in the United States District Court for on multiple charges arising from the consultant work for the pro-Russian government. President of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych. Okay. This comes from the Robert Mueller thing. This guy was working on the Trump campaign. He was a foreign agent. He didn't reveal that. So that's what he was indicted over. I think he was actually convicted. Okay. And so he used to work with him. Or no, he used to work for him. During the 2016 fraud trial. So it was actually for that specific trial. Blanche left Caldwell firm in 2003 and founded Blanche Law to represent former... Okay, so like, look at all of the conflicts of interest here. Donald Trump's personal lawyer becomes the second in command for the United States law enforcement apparatus. Then goes to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell before giving her kind of like that sweetheart deal thing. So, yeah. Kind of makes my heart sink to realize how deep that can of worms is. It's pretty bad, man. I know you don't live in the United States, so, you know. There's, I don't know if any of you guys listen to a band called Godspeed You Black Emperor. There's a song where it's kind of like an apocalyptic theme song, and I think it's like thematically supposed to take place after society is kind of falling apart and everything. And there's like a monologue at the beginning, and the guy's talking about we're all trapped in the belly of the beast, and the beast is dying alive or something like that, like it's in the process of dying. So like while this apparatus that we're inside of, is dying, that's kind of what it feels like right now, unfortunately.
Now, we find out some of the important work, I mean, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, oh, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy.
I wonder. I don't know if we'll ever have information to this effect or anything. But I wonder what the psychological profile is behind all these men. My armchair psychology fake degree tells me something along the lines of like there is something culturally in their upbringing and the kind of communities that they run in that predisposes these people to like a degree of entitlement and lack of empathy and compassion for other human beings. And honestly, that's probably kind of like an obvious thing to mention, but I am just curious. Like, there's something culturally, psychologically going on with not only the people involved in all this, but like the larger MAGA movement of people who also support these people. Like, I don't know. I want to know more about what is the psychology going on with all these people.
But that is just, there's a reason that didn't make it in the book. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. You know, I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or...
I mean, sometimes I think, at least with the billionaires or the elite people, these influential people involved in all this, is almost like, and again, I mean, I don't really actually know, I'm doing like an armchair psychology thing, but like this attitude that because you're rich, because you're successful, because you're influential and prominent, it's almost like you view the rest of humanity as like subhuman compared to you. There's this branch of like Christianity that practices something called the prosperity gospel, where they have like this belief that if you are successful in life, if you are influential, if you're, whatever in life, it's almost like God, or maybe I have that wrong. Maybe it's I forget. I think it's the prosperity gospel, but like, you are in the position that you are because in their mind, God has like chosen you to be that person. You are made by God to be that person. Not to say that they subscribe to that, but it's almost like a similar mentality of like, I am where I am. We are where we are because like we are the chosen people. We are the like successful, more intellectually superior people who are just better than the rest of society. And you like look down on the rest of humanity as like pawns, as ants, as expendable, subhuman people that are on a lower rung of like eugenics compared to you. I wonder if there's an element of that going on there.
We're talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird? Like that's the simping that I'm talking about. Is these people love this guy, or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing? Protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell. So, I mean, what is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents, and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when. But I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on. And there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we... Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying, Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence? Got no evidence. How? Come on, I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean,
I wonder what that means.
Is that no evidence? That's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook, apparently for our guys. You know, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people, and unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out, it's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads.
Today, Matt Walsh Show, millions of...
We have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about.
All right. I mean, appreciate Coffee's little stuff. I feel like his content's been getting better. Also, I feel like he lost some weight, so, you know, happy for him in that regard. I'm tired. It's late for me, or should I say early at this point? Maybe tomorrow. I want to look at how right-wing media is talking about this, so I have a few queued up here. I know this guy says he's not right-wing, but every one of these, like, quote-unquote moderate centrist people always tend to be. I don't know if I want to do an hour from Candace Owens. Well, this one's an hour too, actually. How long is this one?
With Wix.
Oh, in 10 minutes?
For your words?
The Department of...
Well, at least he's pithy. We'll put this in there, I guess. I don't know. We might have to just, like, skip around on some of these. Maybe she doesn't even talk about the destruction of the middle. Lingering questions? About what? Okay. I don't know how we're gonna get through all the all this. We'll figure it out, I guess. I'll have to, like, 5 times the speed on these. Them say Epstein. Okay. Have any more right wingers? What does Ben Shapiro have to say about this? That's what I'm curious about. Two months ago? Is there anything recent? 6 months? 1 day? But response to Epstein files and it's even worse? Oh, there's somebody else. Insane Bitcoin. Transing of children in America is dead. I mean, it was never alive, my guy. America's funniest senator. I think the reason they're obstructing ICE is pretty obvious. I think you just don't want to admit it to yourself, because it might be something called human compassion. Crazy concept. I don't know. Why am I doing that? I don't know. Why are you doing this, my guy? Why do you got to do all this shit? Toxic feminism. No, Michelle, you are not a victim. Okay. Tom Homan humiliates Tim Walz. Do you want to talk about Tom Homan's fraud at all? Maybe? Don Lemon arrested. Does he talk about the Epstein files, or is he just going to ignore it? 7 days ago. When was the second batch released? I feel like it wasn't that long ago. 12 days ago? No, I don't think he's released anything yet, right? That's all I'll take it as. All right, well, anyways, I got to wrap it up for tonight. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. Call it a night. And then, yeah, you know, catch me next time. I'll try to see what the right-wing media is talking about on this shit. All right? I see a third person just dropped in. Subscribe, my guy. Subscribe. And I'm going to be looking at how right-wing media covered this in the future. All right? But that's it for me tonight. I'll see you guys later.